Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, CSN Houston brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, the Astros open a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners. Good evening, everybody. A happy Friday to you. Bill Brown, Alan Ashby, Layla Rahimi with you on National Jersey Day. So we're outfitted in our Astros jerseys. The Astros facing a former Cy Young Award winner tonight. They've faced 3 of those this year, and they won all 3, Ash.
How about that? Felix Hernandez is one of the game's really elite pitchers. No question about it. A guy who'll strike out a ton, great ERA-type pitcher. And as you mentioned, a Cy Young Award winner already in his career. But some of the numbers will show you right away how good this guy is. In a time now where you don't complete games, has 23 of them on his career. 9 shutouts in that span. He'll eat up the innings. He will strike out a load. Felix Hernandez, one of the game's outstanding pitchers.
Well, last year, of course, he was dealing against the Astros. He's 2-2 lifetime against Houston, but with a low ERA.
The Astros have a couple of games in those 4 starts lifetime against Felix Hernandez where they've gotten to him. A couple where they simply haven't gotten to him at all. And last year, a year where he did not give up an earned run to Houston hitters. So he's had his ups and downs against the Astros.
Last time he faced them, they beat him in Seattle, and the Astros won 2 of 3 in that series. He gave up 2 earned runs, but 6 runs total in the game.
When you go into a game against the Mariners and Felix Hernandez is the name going against you, on paper it doesn't look promising, but the Astros found a way to get to him. Matt Dominguez, one of the key guys in that regard, had a home run and a double in that ball game. Here's the double off the wall, came very close to driving a couple out of the yard. So Matt Dominguez, a guy the Astros need to have come through on the offensive side, did against the King. And then Alex Presley came through with a couple of hits. So they're both 2 for 3 lifetime against Hernandez, and they could use some more of that offensive prowess here this evening as the Astros open up this 3-game set.
Coming up from Minute Maid Park, Layla Rahimi talks about Kyle Seager. He's been on fire ever since hitting 2 homers off Astros pitching. April 23rd, Layla will talk about his turnaround when we return in a moment. Houston. Jack's new Blazing Chicken Sandwich. It's Jack's hottest sandwich yet. And by AT HOU Uverse TV. Check availability at 1-800-PIC-ATT. Rethink possible.
first pitch of this first series and game between the Astros and the Mariners. Now, last week's series against the Mariners for the Astros was one of ups and downs for the reigning AL Player of the Week, Kyle Seager. In fact, the last time Felix Hernandez was on the hill for the Mariners, it was one where Seager committed an error in the 6th inning. It looked like a bang-bang play when Dexter Valor bunted, but then Seager committed the error that ended up costing the Mariners 3 runs. None of those earned, of course, for Felix. 2 games later, though, on April 23rd, that's when the hot streak started. He hit 2 home runs in that game, one in the 7th off of Jared Cozart and another in the 9th off of Josh Fields. And his numbers in his last 5 games have been impressive. .435 batting average, only 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, 11 RBI, and a 1087 OPS. Seager, a big reason also why the Mariners are 5-2 in the last 7 games since that April 21st game, and they're 4-1 since that game on April 23rd. His performance a big reason why. Coming up, Brad Peacock takes the hill, still looking for his first win this season in his 3rd start. He's part of an Astros rotation that we will see in this series. Bill and Allen have the call next.
Here at Minute Maid Park, I want to tell you about In-Game Live at CSNHouston.com. It's a place to go for all the stats you need beyond the box score. All the Bloomberg stats, talks about matchup, batter to pitcher, pitcher to batter, you name it. Also, you can vote for your player of the game, and your choice goes on TV during Astros postgame live. So you take your pick. Jason Castro, Jose Altuve, Jonathan VR, you name it, your choice goes on TV. That's In-Game Live at CSNHouston.com. Brownie, over to you.
Thank you, Howard. What a gorgeous night here at Minute Maid Park. First of 3 with the Astros meeting the Mariners. Mariners in the midst of a 10-game road trip. They won 2 at Yankee Stadium in a series shortened by rain to a 2-game set. And they won 3 in a row overall. The Astros take the field with a record of 9-19. And they are 2-4 on this homestand with Brad Peacock shooting for win number 1 of the season in his 3rd start. Here's the lineup for the Seattle Mariners, managed by Lloyd McClendon. It's Michael Saunders leading it off. He's in right field. Brad Miller's the shortstop. Robinson Cano at second base bats third. The DH, Corey Hart, is the cleanup man. It's Kyle Seager at third base batting fifth, followed by first baseman Justin Smoke, left fielder Dustin Ackley, catcher Mike Zunino, and center fielder Abraham Almonte.
On the mound for the Astros, it's right-hander Brad Peacock making his third start on the year. He's 0-2 with a .595 ERA lifetime. In 4 starts against Seattle, he's 2-2 despite an ERA of 7.20. It's kind of one of those times now for Brad to make it happen because Scott Feldman is coming back soon. That's going to create some ripples in the rotation, and Brad Peacock could use very much a solid start tonight.
He pitched very well at Seattle last September 11th, winning a game 6-1, giving up 1 run in 6 innings, and earlier beat them last year at Seattle in April. So as Lloyd McClendon's club comes in 5 games out of first place in the AL West, trying to pick up some steam here. It's his 6th major league season, 348 wins, 460 losses, taking over a club that had spent $240 million on a 10-year deal for Robinson Cano. And now starting to get some injured players back. Hisashi Iwakuma will rejoin their rotation tomorrow night for game 2 of this series. And he had a 4-2 win at Yankee Stadium last night. The young lefty from Cuba, Roenis Elias, was outstanding in that game. So some things are starting to fall in line, unbeknownst to a lot of fans who don't follow the AL West that closely, Ash.
Well, it's a ball club, this Seattle bunch. While the Astros were in Seattle, they look completely dead, and that happens when you're not swinging the bat. They didn't have much effectiveness out of Kyle Seager, a guy who has hammered it around since that point and in the past couple of years. And so Seattle, with Seager now swinging it, Robinson Cano starting to swing the bat, starting to look like a much tougher club.
Michael Saunders leads it off. Saunders went 3 for 4 in his last game at Yankee Stadium last night. They strike 1 to him. 233 overall, 1 homer, 4 runs batted in for Saunders. This is his 9th start of the season. Abraham Almonte has been the leadoff man most of the time. That's in the air. Jonathan Villar cruising back into left field underneath the ball. Now he peels off. It's called for by Presley. 1 out.
We'll start that defense for the Astros tonight with Alex Presley in left field. In center, Dexter Fowler and George Springer in right. On the infield left side, Matt Dominguez and Jonathan Villar. On the right, it's Jose Altuve and Jesus Guzman. And behind the dish, Jason Castro.
Now the shortstop, Brad Miller, with a 180 batting average, has 3 homers. He's driven in 8 runs. Miller went to Clemson University. 24 years old. He was a 2nd-round pick in 2011. Matt Dominguez is in on the grass. Miller takes, and there's strike 1 for Peacock. As you mentioned, Ash, it is one of those starts for Brad Peacock in which he would like to hit the win column. He'd like to extend it, pitch more innings. Looks pretty aggressive so far, and he's out in front 0-2.
He's thrown 4 pitches, all for strikes. It's a great way to start your night off right. You want to stay that way throughout the evening, but that changeup on the last pitch could be an offering that helps him a great deal tonight.
There he gets his first strikeout of the night. Miller waving at that breaking ball.
Fastball, changeup, curveball in that sequence on Miller. And look at this over-the-top job. That'll get you some swings and misses.
It will. Peacock has come out of the bullpen, and in this 3rd start, looking sharp to the first 2 batters. Now it's Cano. Cano's on a 9-game hitting streak. Cano's average is .294. He has 1 homer, 14 runs batted in, delivering good numbers in his first year as a Mariner. First pitch breaking ball missing for ball 1.
In that recent Yankees series, the word is that the Yankees pitching just pitched hard in time after time on Cano. That's what they saw in their years, and for me, that's a wise way to go after it.
He's been getting a lot of hits to the opposite field. 1 ball, 1 strike with Corey Hart on deck.
And there, the strike on the fastball right on the inside edge.
Now it's a 2-ball, 1 strike count to Robinson Cano, who was 4 for 11 against the Astros in the series in Seattle.
You could see the intent of Jason Castro was to come back in, and that fastball didn't find the spot.
A sharply hit bouncer, Villar, fielding it and throwing from behind second for a 1-2-3 first for Peacock. Seattle goes out quickly. Back in the box. Jose Altuve leads off. He's at second base. Dexter Fowler's the center fielder. Then it's Jason Castro, the catcher, hitting third. The cleanup man is rookie right fielder George Springer. Mark Krause is the DH. Jesus Guzman at first base. Alex Presley in left field. Matt Dominguez at third. And the birthday boy, Jonathan Villar, is at shortstop.
On the mound for Seattle, it's the king himself, 28-year-old right-hander Felix Hernandez. He's 3-1. Nice start on the year. ERA, a good one at 2.40. He has faced the Astros 4 times on his career, 2-2, allowing more hits than innings pitched. And the Astros roughed him up for 6 runs, despite just 2 of those being earned in the last start. But the Astros would love to find a way once again to get to the king.
Jose Altuve shoots a line drive, left field corner. That ball is bouncing off the wall. He's headed for second base with a leadoff double for Altuve. Double number 7 of the season. After an outstanding month of April, he starts here on May 2nd with a ringing hit.
What is your goal? To swing the bat or to take pitches? Jose Altuve says, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and swing the bat right here. And he gets a 90-mile-an-hour fastball to start things. And does some business with that thing.
Altuve's aboard for Fowler now. Fowler is 6 for 21 with a homer on this homestand. He's driven in 4. Miller playing behind Altuve. Fowler beats it into the ground, and it's strike 1 to Dexter. Another of those Chamber of Commerce evenings here at Minute Maid Park. Low humidity, perfect temperature, sunny skies, gorgeous.
That's all it takes for you, huh?
That does it. You are more demanding than that, then?
I'm gonna go ahead and side with you on this one.
Okay. Strike for Felix, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. And Hernandez in all 6 of his starts has had quality work. As Ash mentioned, 2 earned runs in 7 innings against Houston, 6 total runs. But if you go by earned runs and innings pitched, he's out of the gate with nothing but quality work this season. And an ERA in the top 10 in the American League at 2.40. He has the best base runner per 9 innings pitch ratio in the American League and the lowest on base average allowed. On the ground, Cano. And the runner advances as Fowler grounds out from 4-3. Altuve to third.
Defensively for the Seattle Mariners, in the outfield left to right, Dustin Ackley, Abraham Almonte, and Michael Saunders, a very good defensive outfielder. Left side of the infield, Kyle Seager and Brad Miller. On the right, it's Robinson Cano and Justin Smokin behind the dish. The youngster, Mike Zunino.
And those infielders have come in tight for Jason Castro. Castro with Altuve at third and 1 out. Leads the club in runs batted in with 13. He has 4 homers and a .220 batting average. There's strike 1 for King Felix. Castro 2 for 7 with an RBI against Hernandez. Jason's hit .250 with 2 runs batted in on this homestand so far. Since the beginning of last year, he leads all major league catchers in slugging percentage and OPS. He shoots a rocket foul, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Castro out a little bit in front of that one.
Seattle scouting report on Jason Castro looks like, I would imagine, most teams will start trying to apply now, working hard in, and Castro had a quick response for that heater.
Hernandez is a 4-time All-Star, who last year was 12-10 despite a 3.04 ERA. Cy Young Award winner in 2010. 1-2. His velocity has gone down a little bit over the years. That fastball at 92 miles per hour. But nonetheless, his numbers are impeccable. 113 major league wins, 87 losses, a 3.18 ERA. That's 4th among active pitchers. In the dirt, Zunino stops it. It's 2-2.
It's a circle change. It looks so much like a splitter when he throws it, and he throws it hard. Just throws it as hard as he can and leaves hitters looking at what they think should be a fastball. See the grip, that circle change. And the ball dives as it comes to the plate. But your point's well taken, Brownie. The velocity has dropped off for Felix. Used to be a mid-90s kind of a guy.
Time is called. Hernandez is from Venezuela. He signed as a 16-year-old July 4th, 2002. And Randy Johnson, who won the Cy Young Award winner and won the Cy Young Award in '95, were the only Mariners to have won the Cy Young. In tight to Castro. That makes it a full count now with Springer on deck.
I think that curveball might have been a little closer than Castro thought.
Seven walks and 47 strikeouts this year for King Felix. Ground ball goes foul. Cheo Cruz will be the Grand Marshal of the Cinco de Mayo parade around the ballpark tomorrow. Game starts at 3:10. That's game 2 of the 3-game weekend series tomorrow. Dallas Keuchel and Hisashi Iwakuma will be on the air at 2:30 with Astros pregame live tomorrow. Castro takes strike 3, and that's out number 2.
Jason has had a lot of really tough pitches delivered on him here in recent at-bats. You go through streaks like that. Look at how well spotted this fastball is. Just perfect outside edge, bottom of the knees.
Now George Springer with the infield dropping back. Has a 2-out RBI opportunity. Springer looks at it. It's strike 1 to George. 182. No homers. 4 runs batted in for Springer. He was 2 for 8 with 2 runs batted in the Washington series. Springer 0 for 3 against King Felix in Seattle. Inside it comes for ball 1. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. These two teams are at the bottom of the pack in runs scored in the American League. Bo Porter's Astros have scored 88 runs. That's 15th in a 15-team AL. And the Mariners are just a little bit better. They're in 14th place with 101 runs scored. 1-2. Seattle's pitching has been very good. 3.57 staff ERA, 3rd best in the AL. Despite the lack of offense, the pitching has fueled the Mariners, and they're still 2 games under 500. Big cut by Springer, and he's down on strikes to end the first inning with no runs a hit and a runner stranded. No score after 1.
Are scoreless. Brad Peacock had a 1-2-3 inning. in the first inning, and in his starts over the last 11 he's had, he is 4-4 with a 3.78 ERA. Peacock says he's gotten his slider to work for him in the second half of the year. He worked on it in AAA, and he says that's what has helped him improve. Here's his pitch breakdown for his last start. 39% fastball. You see that slider at 27 and the curveball at 24. That slider he's thrown 76% of the time for strikes. Bo Porter said it is also the key to helping improve his fastball command.
Thanks, Layla. He comes out for the second inning with the game scoreless and faces the DH, Corey Hart, with the infield shifted around, playing him to pull. Ball one to Hart, a .228 hitter with 4 homers, 9 runs batted in his first year as a Mariner. Signed as a free agent to provide some protection behind Robinson Cano in the lineup. That comes in to even the count at 1-1. Corey's 32 years old. He missed all of last season with surgery on both knees. Had hits in all 3 games against the Astros in Seattle. The king pitch goes for ball 2, and it's 2-1.
Looks like the little slider right there that Layla was just talking about. By the way, Layla had me thinking for an instant there that this game was flying along.
You like that 7th inning reference?
Yeah, that was kind of nice. Heart fluttered for a moment.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, you're just looking at the schedule, realizing that you had a day off yesterday. And the next one comes on the 15th, right?
Yeah.
It's action-packed April and May for the major league clubs. Not many days off this year.
Get to work, boys.
That's chop foul. The question being now, can Hart come through behind Cano in this lineup? And they signed Logan Morrison as well. They obtained him to try to pick up the offense for Seattle. They brought the fences in last year, but wanted some more power. Kind of a hanger, and it's chopped foul to keep the count at 2-2.
I think they've had, like other ball clubs that have big yards, tough time bringing in the big time hitters to try to take advantage of that field. You bring the fences in. I think it actually plays like a fair ballpark in Seattle these days.
That's to center field. Fowler. One down. And Kyle Seager, who has really turned things around. Layla mentioned it earlier. Seager was in the doldrums during that series when the Astros were in Seattle, but then had the big 2-home-run game on the 3rd game of that series and had the game-winning walk-off homer off Josh Fields. So 2 clutch late-inning bombs from Seager, and that got him going. He's on a 6-game hitting streak right now, hitting .230 with 5 homers, 13 runs batted in for Seager. Looks at ball 1. Last 5 games, .435 batting average, 5 homers. He's driven in 11 with gaudy numbers.
That's made an enormous difference for the ball club.
1 ball, 1 strike.
He single-handedly won that 3rd game of the 3-game set with Houston last week.
He was co-player of the week in the American League last week. Changeup dips low, and it's a 2-ball, 1 strike count. 5 homers in his last 6 games for Seager. That's in tight, and it's a 3-1 count with Justin Smoke on deck. Seager played at North Carolina, and he was a 3rd-round pick in 2009.
He's seeing it awfully well right now. Watching him take that changeup and a couple of pitches in this sequence. Front side is not budging.
Fouling it away, he goes to a full count.
Then he gets a fastball in a good hitting zone, but just lets it fly.
When the count went to 3-1, Altuve backed up into right field. And the shift got more exaggerated with the favorable hitter's count on Seager. That's strike 3. Beautiful pitch by Peacock. 2nd strikeout.
Yeah, that's a flip of the bat as if he thought he had taken ball 4. That pitch, any pitcher will tell you anyway, that that's a strike all night long. Certainly not low, outside edge.
As you enjoy a cold one now, a reminder that you can look forward to Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Justin Smoke is the batter. Switch hitting first Sacker has driven in 15 runs this year. That one got away from Peacock, and it's ball 1 to Smoke, the former Texas Ranger. 239 is his average. But he's done some damage with that 239. He looks at that one for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes to Justin Smoke. He is a key man in the Mariners' offensive plans this season. 27 years old, first round pick of Texas in 08. That crowds him a little bit, and it's 3-0 to Smoke with Ackley on deck. Smoke played at South Carolina in college.
Good stuff now. Good stuff.
Wonder if he sees Jadeveon Clowney as being the number 1 pick.
Oh boy, isn't that the real question around here? That's a 2-out walk to Smoke. A lot of speculation about that pick. Brent Strom hoping that this will be out number 3 coming up. Dustin Ackley comes into the box, and the left fielder at 259 has 1 homer, 11 runs batted in. Ackley's gotten 4 hits in his last 6 at bats during a 3-game hitting streak.
Took a harsh 0 in the series against Houston.
Sure did. 0 for 10.
6 strikeouts mixed in.
Ackley's another North Carolina man. Well, there was a little scouting expedition last night for Bo Porter, his bench coach Dave Tremblay, and Nolan Ryan to Jasper, Texas, to see the young right-hander Tyler Kolek, who pitches for Shepherd, Texas High School. The game was in Jasper, and he is reportedly a guy who throws 100 miles per hour.
And they were all so impressed with the person and the people that were there watching the ball game. He said it was one of those nights that kind of makes you feel like you have faith in humanity once again.
Bo said he just loved the atmosphere. People were really having a great time. Now it's 3-0, and Peacock, who had been in the strike zone in that first inning, had a very quick first, is now having a problem corralling his pitches. 7 straight balls for Bo Porter's right-hander. Mike Zunino's on deck. That's in the strike zone. 3-1. Well, Tyler Kolek, according to one report, was between 93 and 97 miles per hour last night, sitting around 95, 96. With a hard, slurvy slider. Now 3-2 to Ackley.
Pretty good when you can throw a 3-1 fastball by a major league hitter.
Yes, it is.
Maybe not so good when you're commenting about the hitter at the moment.
3-2, 2 outs, and Smoke is ready to take off. Guzman playing off the base at first. And with a runner going, it's a strikeout. Number 3 for Peacock. No runs, no hits, and a man stranded. No score.
time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag CSN Fan Photo for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game telecast. It is the Comcast Sportsnet Fan Photo, brought to you by AT&T.
Getting that camera all ready to focus it. Bottom of the second inning, and it's a 0-0 ball game so far. Kraus, Guzman, and Presley due up for Houston. Happy 9th birthday wishes go out to Samuel Bukovic, who's watching in Virginia tonight. Astros fan. Happy 9th, Samuel. Mark Kraus at 130 has 2 homers. He's driven in 5. He was 1 for 6 against Felix Hernandez. And that's why he rated this start tonight, because that's the last game when the Astros were in Seattle, and then one from last year. Bo Porter liked his at-bats against King Felix. And that rates him a shot at the DH while Chris Carter's on the bench tonight. Felix missing inside, goes to a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Robinson Cano really swung around playing Kraus to pull. There's not much space between Cano and Smoke. That's a foul ball. 1-2. Those two guys could almost shake hands. They're so close together on the right side of the infield, Ash.
Yeah, you wonder, with Smoke going to his right, might he not be covering the same ground that Cano's covering going to his left?
Right. Yep. 1-2 with Guzman on deck. Kraus trying to get it going. This is his 16th start of the season. Inside to him, and it's 2-2. Kraus hit a home run in that series in Seattle. He is 2 for 9 against the Mariners this season. Mark has had 54 at bats with 7 hits. Off the plate, and it's 3-2. The home plate umpire Bob Davidson working tonight as the crew chief. That's grounded foul past Tarek Brock, first base coach for the Astros. Coaches the outfielders. It's a big and bright Friday night. Fireworks coming up after the game with the orange jerseys, typical on Friday night at home. In the air, and that one goes back the other way, foul.
And may I say, Brownie, you look very dapper in your white jersey, the white home.
Well, thank you, and so do you, and that familiar Ashby number 14 that fans have seen for some. Turn around.
I was begging for you to mention that, but let's see, did I get the right one?
That's the famous
That
look.
is the right one, yeah.
That's great. We'd like to thank the folks at Majestic who make these jerseys.
They're nice.
For providing those for us tonight on National Jersey Day. Some jerseys. Some folks favor the road unis. Others like the ones the players are wearing tonight, the orange.
Good looks down there.
Yes. Kraus works a walk, and that's the type of hitter he is. He will go into some deep counts. He did not offer at the changeup, and he is on to lead off the second inning here for Houston. Jesus Guzman will follow. Guzman has had some good at-bats on this homestand. He's been getting in there against some right-handed pitching, and again tonight that is the case. 236, 2 homers, 3 runs batted in for Guzman. He was 3 for 4 with a double Wednesday against Washington. Off the right-hander, Jordan Zimmerman, who was really tough that night. That's ball 1, so that rates him another start here against another difficult right-hander.
Now that 3 for 4 night jumped his average from 196 to the present 236, I guess that is, yeah.
It is 236. The Astros were shut out 7-0 Wednesday night. And they did not score in the final 6 innings of their game Tuesday night. So that gives them a 16-inning scoreless streak as of right now. That was the third time they had been shut out this year. The Mariners have been blanked 4 times themselves. That breaking pitch comes in, and it's even at 1-1. So let's take a look at these 2 clubs. The Astros, 210 batting average. A year ago at this time, it was 258. So they have fallen quite a bit offensively, averaging just 3.1 runs per game compared to 4.1 last year at this stage.
Tells you a lot with all the home runs the club has hit this year that they're still well below the slugging percentage from a year ago.
Yeah. And the Mariners have had similar issues. 2 balls and a strike. Each team has its own story here on May 2nd. For the Astros, it's a record very close to what their record was at this time a year ago.
Unfortunately for Houston so far this year, that offensive side of things finds them in the basement in terms of runs per game and a number of other categories. And any manager will tell you it's tough to win when you're having a hard time scoring runs.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Hernandez now has 13 consecutive shutout innings pitched at Minute Maid Park. We talked about his games last year against the Astros, not giving up a run. He gets a strikeout. That's number 3.
Pretty good looking yanker right there that sends Guzman back to the bench. Watch this over the top. It's a straight downer. He's got all the pitches. There's no question. He tends to live on the fastball and changeup a lot of times.
Alex Presley, as you indicated earlier, had that nice game against King Felix in Seattle. 242, 2 homers. He's driven in 5. There's a breakdown on him with all the numbers that you may or may not want to see. That's ball 1. Presley was 2 for 3 with an RBI in that game in Seattle, and that rates him, of course, another start. He typically does start against right-handed pitching. All of King Felix's starts this year have been against AL Western teams. Kind of odd. 2-0.
It's funny how the schedule will set up sometimes, and you and I have talked about it. A lot of people do, about a lot of times numbers for a club against a pitcher or against another club really has as much or more to do with when they saw those guys or those teams than anything else you could name.
Presley grounds. There's Cano to his left. Going on to Smoke. 2 outs. Krause to second base. Yeah, they've only played Miami and the Yankees outside the AL West so far this year.
And I don't know if the Yankees want to see him again.
They may not. Now Matt Dominguez. Well, King Felix is in select company for a lot of reasons, but if you put together his combination for 275 starts as a major leaguer, he's walked 533, struck out 1,750. With that combination of statistics, he joins recent company of Curt Schilling and Pedro Martinez, along with Johan Santana, in terms of that many strikeouts and keeping the walks down to a low number. That's ball 1 to Domingo. Matt with 4 homers, 10 runs batted in, as a .231 average. And hit that homer in Seattle off King Felix. Asking Matt where he likes to eat in Houston. He said he's good for anything. Not a connoisseur.
Well, maybe you can be a connoisseur without eating expensive food. Yeah, I can name some dumpy places that I'm a connoisseur of.
Well, you like the little hole in the wall restaurants?
Actually, I do sometimes. You bet.
Off the plate, ball 3, 3-0 to Domingo.
close pitches, and I think Felix Hernandez feels like maybe he warrants a call on one of these. Are you a hole-in-the-wall guy, or do you
Absolutely.
like to dress up and dine elegantly?
Nope. I'm from the Ashby school.
There you go.
That's a strike. Are you affiliated with the Ashby high-rise folks?
Not a bit.
I didn't think.
None whatsoever. And I'm sure they dine a lot better than, well, they dine a lot more expensively than I do.
3-1. What a night. And that's ball 4. Well, Domingo now has walked 10 times this year. He said a while back that one of his goals is to walk a little bit more this year.
Inside the Game Comcast Business. Comcast Business takes you inside the game, and we get a look at what Jonathan Villar has been doing with the bat here of late in the last 11 ball games. When batting left-handed, he's been finding that gap, the red dots in right center field, also down the left field line. That's what we saw a lot of last year with the right-hand side of the plate. He drives the baseball. Yes, he has been able to find the right field line as well, but look at the power in right center field, launching in that direction. He's got some very good power from the right side and developing power on that left side.
It's his birthday. 241, 3 homers, 8 runs batted in. VR's 23 today. There's strike 1 to Jonathan. He leads the league in leads the club rather in slugging percentage, .458, and yet he's batting 9.
That might be a good trivia question for a lot of folks.
Could be.
Who leads the club in that slugging category?
I asked him tonight around the cage how long he's been switch hitting, and he said since 08. 08 was the year he signed his first professional contract with the Phillies.
You know, he looks like a guy who's been doing it all his life. I don't see a real flaw in the left-hand swing. In fact, I really like the way he stays on top of the baseball.
Flies that one off Davidson's chest protector. Still 0-2 to VR.
Some of those line drives he hangs out down the left field side with depth at the fence from the left side of the plate. Very impressive. And yet, when you watch him bat right-handed, you see that that's his natural side. He's a strong young man, and he can apply the power from the right side.
And the numbers show that so far, but too early to make much out of him. That's strike 3, and it's strikeout number 4 for King Felix. No runs, no hits, 2 men left. No score after a couple. Stayed stretched out, so to speak. Ash, his first outing as a reliever was in that Yankee series to open the season. He went 3 1/3 in relief his first time out, throwing 63 pitches. Then a few days later, a 61 pitch outing, 3 innings. Then he went 2 2/3 at Texas, but got a chance to move into the rotation at Oakland April 20th. So now it's his 3rd start since entering that rotation.
And I really liked what he showed there in the first inning in particular. Just coming out pumping strikes, good velocity, keeping it around the knees, changing speeds, and that curveball can be so effective.
Strike one there to Zunino, who has 3 homers, 11 runs batted in, and a .260 batting average for the second-year catcher. First-round pick in 2012. He arrived very quickly in the big leagues after starting at the University of Florida. Last year had 173 major league at-bats. Good-looking young player.
No fear bringing him on, and he showed that he warranted that chance.
Sure did. 1-2. Peacock last time out in the 5 innings against Oakland threw 92 pitches. 51 were strikes. In the previous start at Oakland, also 5 innings, 2 earned runs there, 83 pitches. The Astros did make a player move today to get a left-hander into their bullpen. Left-hander Tony Sipp, who was pitching at AAA for the San Diego Padres, asked for his release. He was granted that release. The Astros signed him as a free agent, and he is here tonight as the second lefty, joining Raul Valdez in the bullpen. To make room for him, they optioned right-hander Paul Clemens back to Oklahoma City. Change up outside, and there was another move as well, 2-2. They needed a spot on the 40-man roster, so to create that, they put right-handed reliever Jesse Crain on the 60-day disabled list. He's still coming back from bicep surgery. He's got bursitis in the right shoulder. He's rehabbing in Florida. And the fact that he went on the 60-day DL opened up a spot. Players on the 60-day disabled list do not count against the 40-man roster. So the roster is now full at 40. And they're expecting Jesse Crain to be healthy and ready to go by the end of May, about when that 60 days will be up. If and when that happens, they would need to remove someone else from the 40-man roster to make room for him. That's a strikeout. That's number 4.
When Jesse Crain was healthy last year, he put up phenomenal numbers. So you'd obviously love to get him in that bullpen with his curveball work.
Good change of speeds pitch for him. With the curve and the changeup, he really can throw different speeds at the batter.
He's got what it takes. It's consistency in the strike zone and then consistency in quality spots in the zone. But my eye, I like what I see from Brad Peacock. I think he has the stuff to be a winner.
Abraham Almonte moves back from ball 1. Almonte has been the leadoff man most of the time. In 23 of the first 26 games, he's been in the top spot, but now batting 9th tonight. 204, 1 homer, 8 runs batted in. Things really not taking that well with him at the top spot of the lineup, with a 248 on base average for Almonte.
It's not the only place he kind of bothered my eye last week.
There's a foul pop. Domingo over for a look. What caught your eye?
Center field, I felt like, and I don't think I'm the only one in talking to some of the Seattle broadcasters. During the 3-game set in Seattle against Houston, it just looked like he was all over the place. Bad routes to baseballs, and nothing seemed to be the way we saw last year in a brief chance to see him play.
Made his major league debut last year here, August 30th. 1 ball, 1 strike to Almonte. He was a Yankee, and he was traded for Sean Kelly prior to last season to Seattle. Peacock has a nice quick pace tonight. It's 2 balls and a strike.
But all of a sudden starting to struggle with finding that strike zone. And that really is probably as big as anything keeping Peacock from being the winner in the big leagues.
Dallas Keuchel goes tomorrow. Colin McHugh pitches Sunday afternoon. Then the Astros are off on the road for a week. That's ball. That one hit him, so he's aboard now. And now Almonte. That was the second walk. It was a walk, right? Ball 4. Okay, second walk of the night.
You watch a guy when he starts to struggle, and it's not missing close and failing to get calls most of the time. It's missing badly, and that's what happened on Almonte.
2 walks for Peacock. Now he has 19 bases on balls. He's worked 22 innings. Michael Saunders hit the second pitch of the game for a fly ball to left field. Bouncing one there. Guzman with the out, throwing to VR. Tag play there. Double play. 3-6 to end the top of the third. No runs, no hits, nobody left, no score.
Astros Jersey Day presented by Majestic. So we are asking on Twitter for you to tweet us your favorite pictures of you in your favorite jersey or your jersey shirt. And also, why is that your favorite jersey or jersey shirt? Tweet those pictures to Ho Chen CSN. We're going to post some of these pictures on TV during the Astros broadcast. Again, that's Ho Chen CSN. Pictures of you in your jersey or jersey shirt. Brownie, over to you.
Sounds good, Howard. There's the rainbow look. No score here. Bottom of the third inning. Altuve, Fowler, and Castro coming up. Altuve, in the month of April, had the best combination, Ash, of hits and steals of any Astro since Craig Biggio in April of '98.
Yeah, and I bet largely it went unnoticed by a lot of folks. He's a player that has shown he can play to an all-star level. Fell off just a little bit last year, maybe, but he's gotten off to a very solid start this year.
He opened the game for the Astros with a double, made it to third with 1 out, but then 2 strikeouts ended the frame for King Felix Hernandez. And there is strike 1. Altuve with 32 hits and 9 steals in April. Craig Biggio in '98 in April of that year had 33 hits and 13 steals. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count, and Altuve has 9 walks and 10 strikeouts. He certainly has improved his ratio in those 2 departments. He bunts. It's a beauty. Barehanded, no throw. Chalk up another hit to Jose Altuve. He's 2 for 2 with this bunt single.
I think when Jose Altuve shows people that he can get on base at a well better than average rate in the major leagues, I think that's when he'll really gain some notoriety. He can run, there's no doubt. Watch him come out of the box, and a very fine bunt. And ultimately a wise choice by Felix Hernandez not to throw. see that Kyle Seager, the third baseman, had no shot.
Altuve has stolen 9 bases in 10 tries. There have been 4 steals with King Felix on the mound in 4 tries. Dexter Fowler's the batter. Altuve takes off and the ball's foul for strike one. A good jump too.
There's your running game. Altuve 9 of 10 in stolen base attempts this year. He's really good in that regard. So is he a leadoff guy? Is he a 2-hitter? He actually has the tool set for either spot. Question is do you have somebody else who really makes it as a leadoff man on the club?
Fowler looks ahead of ball. It's 1-1. Dexter Fowler traded by the Rockies to the Astros during the offseason. But Nolan Arenado, the Rockies' third baseman this year.
Pretty impressive defensively and with the bat.
Reminds me a little bit of Scott Rowland.
Well, that's an impressive statement because Scott Rowland just kind of took over in the big leagues as a third baseman when he came on the scene. Defensively, I think he could make plays that others that could swing a big bat just simply couldn't make prior to him.
He had remarkable range for a guy Rowland's size. Arenado appears to be about that same size. We'd have to check.
No, I don't know if you ever got a chance to watch Rowland for any extended period of time, but as a throwing third baseman, he would hit the first baseman right in the chest more times than anybody else I maybe had ever witnessed.
He was great. Vinny Castilla was very accurate too.
Right.
There's a shot on the ground, off the glove of Miller, on through into left center field. Altuve to second. That was a rocket. And Fowler, with Miller stretching out, gets a hit.
Pure do or die effort at shortstop, and in this case, Dexter Fowler very glad that there was no do.
Yeah. Did come up on him.
Yeah, if you come up with that play as an infielder, you've just made a gem.
Back-to-back hits now. Runners at first and second for Castro. Castro struck out looking in the first. He worked the count full with a runner at third and 1 out. And King Felix threw a tough pitch on him. 160 with men in scoring position. And that one goes foul. There's strike 1.
That acted like the changeup, just diving at the plate, but at 92, clearly a two-seam fastball.
Astros 17-14 all time against Seattle. 7-9 here in Houston. The Astros have beaten King Felix, R.A. Dickey, and C.C. Sabathia, all former Cy Young Award winners in 2014. High to center field, Almonte with both runners back, way back, and he does not make the catch. The ball stays in play. Altuve around third, racing to the plate. Miller with a throw. He scores, and it's 1-0 Houston. Fowler only made it to second base on the ball that bounced and kicked off the center field wall.
Because he was doing the right thing. This is a routine play for a major league center fielder. Go back and catch it. And this is exactly what I was talking about Almonte. His defensive work in center field in the 3 games in Seattle and now here with a 4th game on the year has been way shy of what a major league center fielder should bring. This is just very poor work, and I was watching Fowler tag up, and I was applauding him internally, thinking that's the right thing to do.
That's a long single.
That is not good defensive work in center, and there's not a pitcher or coach on this Seattle club who would feel any different than what I just said.
That's been ruled an error on Almonte, his 4th of the year, so no RBI for Castro. after crushing that ball about 400 feet. But you could see that Almonte did not get back, did not take a direct route. Now it's Springer batting. And he looks at a strike. George struck out in the first inning. Mariners have allowed 4 unearned runs all season, and they all came in King Felix's game against Houston in Seattle. Kyle Seager made a costly error.
That's what it looked like from behind the plate. And that's a drive. No doubt Castro gets a good piece of this, but that's supposed to be a major league center fielder, and that is not. And I thought for a moment with a good relay throw to the plate, that very play, poor play at center might result in an out at the plate.
It was looking that way. You're right. Springer's down on the changeup. 21 times Springer has struck out as a big leaguer. That's out number 1.
Got to start finding a way.
He's at 57 at bats now. It'll be Mark Krause batting. Krause walked to lead off the home second. Big at bat here as the Astros try to get some more runs home. Try to make this a big inning. 130 for Krause. One to center field. Fowler around third, coming to the plate. Here's the throw from Almonte. It goes on through, but the run scores. 2-0 Houston as Krause this time hammers the first pitch and picks up RBI number 6.
Refreshing to see Mark Krause jump on a first fastball in the strike zone. Yeah, that's the kind of work that has actually earned Krause the shot to make this club a couple of times in spring training, once making it, once not, but really effective and powerful use of the bat.
3 hits in the inning, 4 in the game for the Astros. 2-0 lead with Guzman the batter now. He struck out earlier. And that's strike 1 on a breaking pitch. Cubs beat the Cardinals today 6-5 at Wrigley Field. Bounced off his leg, foul, and it's an 0-2 count to Guzman with Presley waiting. Cubs beat Adam Wainwright today. Wood the winner. Rondon got the save. Johnny Peralta with home run number 7 for St. Louis. Anthony Rizzo hit number 5 for Chicago. King Felix last year won both of his starts against the Astros with an ERA of 0, walking 2 and fanning 16 in 12 innings. It's 1-2. He got win number 100 of his career in Houston against Brad Peacock. He won 19 and lost 5 in 09. And a breakthrough Cy Young Award winning season of 2010. He was 13 and 12 and won the Cy Young with a 2.27 ERA, the best in the league. Breakthrough because of the way the voters looked at it. And it would be hard to visualize a starting pitcher winning the Cy Young with a 13 and 12 record a decade before 2010, but because of advanced statistics, now the voters look at things a little different way.
I'm in agreement with the way they now look at it. I think Cy Young now says more about best pitcher.
Guzman lunged at it and struck out. That's number 2 of the inning, number 6 of the night. Hernandez.
By the way, Brownie, I was just looking at Mickey Mantle's early stats in his career, and we watched the strikeout here. But as we also watched George Springer strike out, and he's had his struggles, no doubt. The first month in the big leagues for Mickey Mantle, in 45 at-bats, he hit just .222, did not homer, had 1 double, 1 triple, .286 on-base percentage. And, of course, we know who Mickey turned into. Can George Springer kind of internalize some of that?
Presley with a deep drive to right field. Way back, Saunders right there in front of the wall with the catch. And the Astros come up with 2 runs on 3 hits with a costly error and leave 2. Altuve starts it with a bunt single. Fowler with a hit, and then the deep drive. It went for an error on Almonte. Altuve scoring. And Krause with an RBI single, 2-0.
Deal dealers. Brad Peacock on the hill. Brad Miller at the plate. First pitch fastball for a strike. Then Peacock comes changeup and then curveball. That was just a lesson in major league stuff right there for Brad Miller.
Peacock now with a 2-0 lead comes out for inning number 4. And he has survived a couple of walks, got the double play on the ball hit by Saunders to the first baseman Guzman to end the 3rd. Now Miller comes around for the 2nd time after that strikeout we just saw in the 1st inning. Ball good for strike 1.
Used to always hear people saying it probably is said today, save something for a guy till a big situation in a ball game. That first at bat, fastball, changeup, curveball, and what I would say for Miller is he's probably thought to himself in the moments that have followed, I'm not sure I could handle any of those. So that can't be good for the confidence.
Peacock, 26 years old, from Palm Beach, Florida, went to Palm Beach State College. Liner to right field, that's in for a hit.
Okay, so he can hit that curveball, and that was a good one too.
Yeah. First hit by Seattle tonight.
Look at this yanker going down below the knees. That's just very good hitting. And sure that Brad Miller's now revived the confidence.
Andy Van Slyke is the first base coach for Seattle this year. A heck of a player for many years.
I bet you Andy Van Slyke has thought, after watching Almonte in center field, ran out loud, give me a glove, I can do that. He's a guy that was a very good major league outfielder.
Yeah, he was. His son Scott is playing for the Dodgers now. Almonte has had his adventures. Robinson Cano, the batter. He bounced out to short earlier. Strike to Cano. Cano made his return to Yankee Stadium during the previous series. You talked about it the other night. That was a good little skit that they pulled on fans on the streets of New York.
Jimmy Fallon, that was great. Yeah.
Fans looked at the billboard shot of Robinson Cano and made disparaging remarks about him, and then he stepped out from behind the billboard and shook hands with him.
Ooh, you're a bum.
And they were very friendly.
Yeah, when they met him face to face, it was like, yeah, but I love you anyway. Hey, would you sign your autograph, please?
Well, he had to know that was coming.
Yeah.
When he took the deal with Seattle, Seattle offered more money than the Yankees. The Yankees wound up spending a whole lot of money anyway after Cano left.
Yeah, I think they knew that was coming, and they just couldn't go for all of it.
Yeah. Fly ball left field, backing up Presley. Presley at the base of the wall with a catch. And that's out number one. You know, Cano went through that 8-game losing streak with the Mariners earlier this season. He did not go through one 8-game losing streak as a Yankee.
Didn't take long, huh? Gone are the days of wine and roses. Or was that Wine and Rojas? I remember.
Ricky Rojas and Bobby Wine, the double play combination of the Phillies. Corey Hart hit a fly ball to center in the second inning. Bobby Wine could take it, couldn't he?
Heck of a shortstop.
Ground ball shortstop here. VR quickly to Altuve. Relay on to Guzman for a double play. Beautifully turned. 6-4-3. Two of those in the last two innings for the Astros. And it's 2-0 Houston.
In Houston, Astros lead the Mariners 2-0. Astros, Dynamo, Rockets, and more. We have all your sports news covered. Check out Sportsnet Central every night at 6:10 and at midnight on Comcast Sportsnet. I talked to Matt Dominguez before the game about facing Felix Hernandez, guys, and one of the things he said is you do not want to get down in an 0-2 count to him. He can throw any pitch in any part of the count that he wants to. But he said we have had some good games against some good pitchers this year. They've had 3 wins against Cy Young winners in CC, R.A. Dickey, and Felix. You know they scored 17 runs in those 3 games?
Kind of crazy, isn't it, Layla? Thank you for that. Here's Matt Dominguez leading off the home 4th inning. He drew a 2-out walk in the second. And now goes for the first pitch, lining it to left field. It's caught by Ackley. 1 out. And reviewing this game for Felix Hernandez, he's given up 4 hits, all of them, well, no, 3 of them singles and a double to Altuve. The error really hurt. One of the 2 third-inning runs unearned. One of those hits a bunt. Fowler hit the ball hard off the shortstop's glove. Things just kind of mushroomed on him. Krause got a solid single. Now he tries to get back into a string of outs, and that's what he's known for. Jonathan Villar, the batter, he struck out looking in the second. And fouls that one on the bunt for strike 1. And caught Bob Davidson.
I don't know if that was fouled or if that just came off the glove of Zunino, but I'm not sure Bob Davidson really cares one way or the other.
Well, it was actually called ball 1, so you're right, it was not fouled.
I think there may have been a cross up here, although it looked like Zunino was anticipating that fastball.
Didn't catch it. Good way to make friends with your friendly home plate umpire.
Yeah, that'll serve you well.
Sorry about that dent in your chest. Strike, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
Felix Hernandez looks at it. Ow! Ow, that had to hurt.
That did.
It's never good.
Curve missing, and it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count to Jonathan Villar. Strike 2.
That's the one you want. You're up in the count 2-1, and Felix Hernandez, with nobody on base and out in the 4th inning, probably comes heater. You can just dial that up to I'm going to get fastball and juice it.
Now full count to Jonathan Villar.
That's the tough one, laying off that changeup that just dives on the 2-2.
That is another ball in tight. Apparently the scoreboard's wrong. No, it is ball 4. No.
That was a very confusing at bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, from the very first pitch. 3rd walk for Felix.
Felix Hernandez, a little different than we saw from Brad Peacock, up to close to 50% with the fastball. What he does, though, Felix, is 27% with a changeup. He'll use that as a put-away pitch. Curveball and sliders mix in. But again, fastball and changeup tend to be the big duo for Felix Hernandez. Tonight, not the sharpest night I'm sure he's had, but not a bad night. Twice as many strikes strikes rather than balls.
Altuve, as the throw goes over, Villar is a base stealer, and he is 4 for 5. Altuve has a double to left and a bunt single inside the 3rd baseline. Cole Porter has some options here with a running game.
Who is the best base stealer on this Astros roster?
Well, it's an interesting question.
Yeah, and it's one that doesn't necessarily have an absolute answer. Statistically, it's Jose Altuve. Last year, coming into this spring, I thought, well, you know what? Jonathan Villar could be that guy that steals a load of bags. Of course, everybody was talking about Dexter Fowler being the leadoff man and stealing a bunch, but he's not a big steal guy.
Villar was 18 for 26 last year. He's going. Zunino's throw sails high, and he's in underneath the tag from Robinson Cano. Villar's 5 for 6 this season.
Yeah, I think he could be a guy who has some big stolen base years. Now, batting in the 9th spot throughout the season to this point, I'm not sure that he's had a lot of the opportunities, but Altuve's the guy that just simply gets it done.
Villar with number 5 moving over, and the count's 1-1. The Astros are 9th in the American League in steals. That's their 19th. Ground ball 3rd. Seager checks Villar. Throws out Altuve. 2 outs.
Seager had a rough series defensively in Seattle in the previous 3 against Houston. But that was a nice play. That in-between hop could have eaten him up.
Now Fowler smashed the ball off shortstop Miller's glove on through into left center field and scored. Is 1 for 2. Nationals and Phillies are tied 3-3. They're in the top of the 8th at Philadelphia. Tyler Moore homered for Washington. Marlon Byrd hit his 4th for the Phillies. That's rolled out to second for Cano. And on to Smoke for out number 3. Through 4, it's 2-0 Houston.
Family out every Sunday home game at Minute Maid Park this season for Family Sundays presented by Kroger and the Astros. Make sure to take advantage of special Kroger Family 4-packs for only $75 on select Sunday games. For tickets, 1-877-9-ASTROS or Astros.com.
One of those coming up, the finale of the homestand, Colin McHugh and Brandon Maurer, Sunday with a 1:10 start. Hope you can make it out with the family on Sunday. And then the Astros go away. 4 games in Detroit and 3 in Baltimore before returning home.
Don't go away mad, do they?
No. I'd love to go away with a successful weekend series behind them. Looking good so far through 4 tonight. 2-0 Houston. And it's Kyle Seager leading it off. He struck out looking in the second. White Sox and Indians are in a free-for-all. It's 8-5 Indians, bottom of the 6th inning in Cleveland. And guess who's homered? Number 11 for the White Sox, Jose Abreu.
He's trying to make a mockery of this league.
He's done some things in the month of April that a lot of really established hitters have never done. We were voting for Player of the Month in the American League, and he got our votes. 1-1.
And he's a rookie?
He's a rookie. So he could be Rookie of the Month as well. 2-1. How do you regard a rookie who's been pitching in Japan for years?
I don't.
Ichiro came over. He had years of experience in Japanese baseball. Is he a rookie in your opinion?
No. I think they need to change that.
Smash into right field. Seager takes his hitting streak to 7 games with the sharp single.
No, I think that's silly to take a guy who's been a veteran of professional baseball elsewhere, but insert him. And of course, then I guess part of the problem becomes from which professional leagues do you then say, okay, you are no longer a rookie, and which do you say, well, we're going to go ahead and accept you as a rookie?
Right. Cubans do not play professional baseball on the island. Justin Smoke at 239 with 3 homers, has 15 runs batted in. He walked on 4 pitches earlier. Infield playing him to pull.
The travel wouldn't be bad.
It's right over the inside edge, that breaking pitch for strike 1. Where would the White Sox be without Abreu?
Where they were last year.
Well, last year they were last in runs scored in the American League.
Isn't that amazing?
In April they were first.
Just a total offensive turnaround.
Rip foul. 0-2.
So they say you are who you are. Unless, of course, you add a guy who's pretty good. The thing is, they're not getting a whole lot of Paul Konerko these days.
No. Blue Jays are up on the Pirates 5-3. They're in the top of the 7th in Pittsburgh. Colby Rasmus hit his 6th home run. Smoke strikes out.
Nice over the top job.
He didn't get Smoke.
No. He also didn't get real close on this curveball. That's a very good one. And again, it's part of the reason why I feel like Brad Peacock is potentially a better pitcher than we've seen.
So the Astros could be running into a pleasant problem here. That was strikeout number 5 for him. Ackley struck out earlier. Too many starting pitches.
Can you really have too many?
No.
Unless you're one of those guys who goes to the bullpen or elsewhere.
Yeah.
And then apparently you call home and say we had too many starting pitchers.
The way starting pitchers have been going down this season, it's not possible to have too many. In for a strike, 1-1.
Are we just not taking care of these guys anymore, or are we overly cautious with them? Are we medically taking too many precautions? What are the reasons?
Well, they're very carefully watched on pitches thrown every start, every bullpen session, every warm-up time for relievers. Runner going. He might have interfered with that throw. Yep. He's called out because that was a very late swing by Ackley, and he interfered with Castro's throw to second base. Now let's see what the call is. He's not leaving second. Watch this.
Well, no. Oh, it's just a strike. The right hand went up.
Oh.
That throw from Castro had his man.
That's
really not the best of major league swings right there.
No.
You know, that throw, if hung on to, and it should have been by VR, is an easy out. I'm guessing that must have been a hit and run as poor as the jump was.
Yeah. Throw to second. So the previous play, a steal by Seager, his 2nd of the year. Such a late swing. That's a hit and run. That is a horrible way to execute a hit and run with a swing that late. If it's a hit and run, the hitter's committed to swinging at the pitch to try to keep it in play.
Another close play. And you know what? You can make an argument for an out right there.
You can make a case. Yep.
Not sure that Bo Porter got the word quickly enough.
Maybe not. In the dirt. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, the mandate on the hit and run to the hitters is you better swing the bat. And I've played for some managers who, when they said you better swing the bat, meant don't bother coming back to the dugout if you don't. And of course, I guess that qualified as a swing, but I'm not sure that Dustin Ackley is going to be able to sell that.
That would be a hard sell. Shot on the ground, knocked down Domingo. Domingo throws him out. That would be more difficult than door-to-door cosmetics in a retirement community, Ash.
Fuller brush, man. I don't know. Do they still have those? I
don't know.
Tried to pick one that maybe wasn't in business anymore, but
2 outs now, and it's Zunino batting. Zunino struck out in the 3rd. Yeah, that swing at that hit and run, if that's what it was, that was just an example of how not to do it.
He's going to say, yeah, Skip, but I swung.
I swung.
I tried to do it.
Yeah. I took a hack.
Skip's not talking to him. That's never a good sign.
That's ball one. Brewers 2, Reds nothing. Bottom of the ninth in Cincinnati. The Brewers are rampaging at 20-9. Their road record is 11-3.
Think they keep that pace up?
Not quite. 29 now. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I'd love to hear all the logic to the questions. Why are you guys so good on the road? What's the reason for your great start? And I'll bet you there are some responses of how they went about work and spring training and all that kind of, you know, it's going to balance out to some degree at some point.
Just off the plate, 2-1. Willie Peralta is the author of the shutout through 8 for Milwaukee tonight against Mike Leake. Ryan Braun not in the lineup.
Everybody on the bench is safe.
That's in for a strike, 2-2. Gene Segura has returned to the lineup after being clocked by Braun with his bat. Willie Peralta has driven in the 2 runs for Milwaukee. High and to left field. It's going to go. Presley backing up, watching it go for a 2-run homer to tie it. Zunino hits number 4, giving him 13 runs batted in, and Seattle draws even 2-2.
Didn't look like he got all of it, but certainly enough here. Crawford box is very accommodating. Breaking ball that appeared to stay up.
Well, with that spacious Seattle ballpark, Zunino would not get one like this at home, so he's enjoying this road venue.
Classic hanger and result.
And it's a 2-2 game. That's hit number 3 given up by Peacock. Almonte the batter. He walked earlier. Fastball ties him up, and there's strike 1. Tampa Bay leads the Yankees at Yankee Stadium 4-2 in the top of the 8th after sweeping a doubleheader in Boston yesterday. That's a rarity. Sharply hit VR. He guns down Almonte. 2-run score on 2 hits. The Zunino homer makes it 2-2 in the 5th. Orchard hard cider. Branch out. It's a 2-2 game now. Seattle drawing even on the 2-run homer by Mike Zunino in the top of the 5th inning. Now King Felix, after giving up 2 Houston runs in the 3rd, one of them earned, comes out for the bottom of the 5th, facing the 3-4-5 Houston hitters, Castro, Springer, and Krause. You know, earlier you were talking about Mickey Mantle and the start to his career. Willie Mays had a long offer at the beginning of his career. And that's really been kind of the norm. Castro 0 for 2 tonight. Hernandez has thrown first pitch strikes to 15 of 20 Houston batters. And he's had 71 pitches for the night through 4. Fouled away, strike 1. When Springer comes up, we'll take a look at comparisons to some of the young stars in the game today and how they've responded in their first few swings as major leaguers. It's not at all unusual for a guy who's been a star player in the minor leagues to struggle at the outset of his career. Hit by the pitch. 3rd hit batsman of the season for King Felix. Springer 0 for 2 with 2 punch outs tonight. Let's look at how Mike Trout's career started and Jose Bautista's for their first 55, 56 at bats.
Not real great in any case here. And the Mike Trout one is the one that really surprises me. Jose Bautista was kind of a journeyman early in his career. Carlos Gomez, a lot of talent, but it didn't come together immediately. But Mike Trout hitting 200 in the first month, very surprising to me. There's another name, and you mentioned him, Willie Mays. We talked about the Mickey Mantle numbers. May of 1951, Willie Mays came to the big leagues, and in his first 27 plate appearances hit 0-48. He was 1 for 21 in official at-bats. Wow. But the strikeouts were nowhere close to what George Springer is putting up right now, and that was an area that we were warned about with George. That big swing. You watch him take batting practice, it's one launch job after another, and I wonder if it might not serve him better to find a way to hit line drives back up the middle into the opposite field.
Chop goes out in front of the plate. Zunino throwing to first. Castro to second base. 1 out. Well, no doubt, and that's endemic of young hitters today. There are so many hitters who strike out a lot in the minor leagues, and they just really go all out with 2 strikes in the count. There's a time to go for it. Yep. 2 outs and nobody on, but if there's a runner at third with 1 out, 2 strikes in the count, contact is called for.
Look, I'll say in terms of Astros hitters, it is hands down most impressive George Springer when you're watching batting practice. But it's a different game in BP than it is in the regular game.
Krause has a walk and an RBI single. There's ball 1. By the way, Castro was hit by a pitch there to begin this half of the inning for the 6th time this year. He's the American League leader in being drilled. He's not thrilled to be drilled 6 times to this point of the season.
There's a song there somewhere, Brody.
What's that old song? The thrill is gone.
Yeah, it's leaving.
The thrill is gone, but the pain is not. 2 balls, no strikes.
Thrilled to be drilled. Who do you have in mind to sing that for you?
I'm just thinking of that song Too Legit to Quit. I think we could make something out of that.
Yeah, that kind of a rap version.
It might work.
Rapid succession rhyming.
Well, you know, Beyonce and Jay-Z are going to have that concert here later on this summer.
You think they could make that a part of things?
Absolutely. They could work that up.
Julia's going to be here, so she could pass it on.
She certainly could. 2 balls and a strike for Krause.
Working it out for you, Julia.
I think our boy Blummer might be able to chime in with something on that.
Without a doubt. I think if you're having any of those writer's cramp moments where you can't get the song coming together, Blummer's the man.
I could see him penning lyrics on his flight to Houston Sunday.
Well, check him out and see what he's got when he gets here. It's on you, Blummer.
Hopefully he's packing the scarves. He brings those special gloves of his for road trips in early May to Detroit, doesn't he?
You think it's going to be that bad?
What, 40s? Krause takes ball 3. His quest for golf shirts may fall upon deaf ears.
I think it already has. Yeah, Blummer will be up there with Brad Ausmus for a few days, and I'm sure the warmth of the relationship will keep him going.
No, they're on opposite sides now. Krause shoots one to right field and deep. Saunders back into the corner. Krause bangs it off the wall. Here's Castro around third. He stopped, and now he tries to speed up again, and he'll score. It's 3-2. Pat Listash had stopped him, then he ran on, and Pat went ahead and wound him up, and he got home as Krause picked up the RBI double off the right field wall.
Well, you nailed it right there. Pat had the stop sign up, and it came up a little bit late, I think, for Jason Castro. But he tried to follow orders and tried to shut it down very quickly as you watch the ball hit high off the wall in right field. That's a tough call for third base coach at that point. But as that ball went into second base, that's when Pat just decided, no, let's go ahead and send it. Very tough. A lot of times the way you help yourself out is coming way down the line as a third base coach. His job as Mark Krause gets the chance to play tonight, if you want to call it a chance when you're facing Felix Hernandez, but taking full advantage.
A great throw from Saunders there. It goes as an RBI single for Krause. He's gunned down at second. And that's his second RBI hit of this game, giving him 7 runs batted in. Guzman taking ball 1.
Well, that would have really hurt if there had been no eventual send there of Castro. 2 outs and a man on third base, not enviable.
Good point. 1-1 to Guzman. The Mariners get the outfield assist from Saunders. What a great job of barehanding the ball and then getting the accurate throw to Miller for a 9-6 outfield assist.
Saunders is a very good outfielder. And I would not be surprised at all to see him in center field come even tomorrow. This is not working for Seattle with Almonte in center.
Foul back. Ryan McCann hit his 4th homer of the season. It came off David Price of Tampa Bay tonight at Yankee Stadium. Vidal Nuno didn't fare too well for the Yanks. 4 earned runs and 4 2/3. In the dirt for a ball. Price not off to that good a start, but tonight 7 innings, 2 runs allowed. Desmond Jennings hit his 3rd home run, and Tampa Bay has the lead tonight. 4-2 in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Every year I look at their club and think they're just not good enough, but they find a way.
That's crazy.
And I don't know if Joe Madden finds that way again this year.
Hernandez pausing on the Bob Davidson ball 3 call. It's a full count now. Boston leads Oakland 6-1. They're in the top of the 7th at Fenway. High pitch in the air, and here's the third baseman Seager to take care of the final out of the 5th inning. 1 run scoring on 1 hit, and the Astros grab the lead 3-2.
Brought to you by Steel Dealers. Brad Peacock on the hill, and get a peek at some of the sequences and the pitches for him. That fastball has been spotted well, especially early. High cheese to pick up strikeouts. The changeup has been a part of things, and a very good curveball over the top. We haven't seen a whole lot of the slider from Brad, but he's got a good one, and that's the pitch that was talked about so much late last season. Layla talked about its impact before the game tonight. The guys in that rotation. What happens when Scott Feldman comes back? Next Wednesday's the magic day. Somebody has to leave the rotation. You figure it's not going to be Colin McHugh at this point. Jared Cozart has been good the last couple of starts.
Tough call.
Can Brad Peacock make enough of an impression this evening? Dallas Keuchel has been really good.
Michael Saunders bats and puts down a bunt. Peacock over to barehand and throw off balance and off the glove of Guzman on one hop. He had it beaten anyway. Saunders with a bunt single to get it started in the 6th.
Well, like some hitters now, starting to see with shifts and partial shifts on, can you take advantage to start an inning by dropping down a bunt? And maybe just sees a little weak spot in the defense with his speed, a chance to beat it out. A very nice effort by Guzman to keep this throw from going down the line.
Tom Wilhelmsen is warming up for Seattle. Saunders bunted his way on for Miller now. Miller is 1 for 2. Single to right his last time up. Matt Dominguez comes in on the grass at third. Miller takes it, and it's ball 1. Cano's on deck. Miller had his whirl at the leadoff spot last year. He had 67 starts as the Mariners' leadoff man last season. From Orlando, Florida. Grounds one. There's Guzman off his mitt. Gets back to the base as the runner advances for out number 1. Saunders into second.
Pretty good shot at the double play right there. Help thousands of kids in the Houston community by donating new or used baseball equipment at Minute Maid Park this Sunday, May 4th, when the Astros play the Seattle Mariners. For tickets, call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com.
Robinson Cano, the subject of a little mound discussion here. Saunders at second, first base open. Cano is 0 for 2. Hart is on deck.
Well, that was one of those ground balls set up to get a double play. Just kind of kicked momentarily at first, and with that instantaneous kick, you lose the shot at the twin. Right there, you catch it, you step on the bag and throw to second.
Right in his mitt, too.
You wonder if he was just thinking a little ahead instead of the catch.
Quite often that is the case. There's ball 1.
Easy to do, though.
Yep. Well, Peacock leading by 1, facing a dangerous hitter who last year won his 5th Silver Slugger. Hit .314, belted 27 homers, drove in 107. He was 4th in the RBI race in the American League last year. Hit .351 with runners in scoring position last year. That was 4th best in the American League. Glittering career for Robinson Cano. He's won a couple of Gold Gloves. That's in the dirt, and Castro came up with it cleanly. 2-0.
It's tough to do at 93 on that spiked fastball.
It is.
Just jamming it in the ground. That's missing by a fair piece.
That's true. Cano was named for Jackie Robinson. His father, Jose Cano, pitched briefly for the Astros. Ever so briefly. Way outside for ball 3. And it's 3-0 with Castro going to the mound. There has not been any warm-up activity yet for Houston.
I believe that was somewhere in the 80s when Jose Cano was briefly a part of Houston.
Sounds right. Late 80s. Who knew Jose Cano was pitching here?
I bet this guy has a son who's going to tear it up.
Yeah. And Jose, I think, threw during the home run derby to Robinson 2 years ago when he put on such an impressive display.
Yeah, I think we knew at one time that Jose Cruz was going to have a son who would have an impact in the big leagues.
Yeah. Cheo will be out during the Grand Marshal ceremony that he has tomorrow on the Cinco de Mayo parade around the ballpark in all of his glory. That's a walk, and it becomes pretty obvious here. You don't want Cano to beat you. It's only the 6th inning, but nonetheless, he didn't see anything to hit, and that is walk number 3 of the night for Peacock. First 2 starts, 10 innings. Tonight, 5 1/3. He's thrown 78 pitches. So it comes down to what Hart does at this point in the game. Still nobody warming up, so Strom is not just buying time for a reliever. He's intending to try to help Peacock get out of this jam.
I'm good with that. I think the more, and I kind of fall back to the Larry Dierker philosophy as a manager, that the more you let these guys, force these guys to get through their own problems in a ball game, the better they become in the long run. And you've got to have good starting pitching to have a chance to win.
Corey Hart hit a fly ball to center and bounced into a 6-4-3 double play. Guzman way off the line. Now he's going to move closer to first base. Infield is shifted around. There's strike 1 to Hart, and that is a real key for Peacock tonight. 1989 was the year Jose Cano pitched for the Astros.
89 was the year I departed, and I have a feeling we did not cross paths.
No. He pitched late in the year, 6 games. No balls, 2 strikes. Clay Buchholz got the ball tonight for Boston, gave up 1 run in 6 of the 3rd innings. Boston leading Oakland 6-1. That Oakland club with a run of good starting pitching got 4 1/3 from Dan Straley tonight. He gave up 2 runs. Dustin Pedroia homer. There's a liner, and Villar can't snag it. It goes on through into left field. Presley comes up with it. It looked as if he thought he could catch it in the beginning, and then it got just over his glove, so the bases are loaded.
Michael Saunders thought it might be caught, and he was trying to do the right thing. But that's what you feel like when you pick up that base hit. You're tickled as can be, but there had to be a moment where he thought, that's going to get caught. And that's what it feels like when you're the base runner on that kind of a ball hit.
The bases are loaded, and it's Kyle Seager batting with 1 out after the Hart single. Seager's 1 for 2. He singled to right, stole a base, and scored on the 2-run Zunino homer in the 5th. 385 his career average with the bases loaded. He was the club MVP each of the last 2 seasons for the Mariners.
But he had fallen on very hard times to start the season until Game 3 against Houston.
That's ball 1 down and in. Absolutely. He's not driving in runs. And then if his numbers, which were offensively poor, weren't bad enough, he hit what he thought was his first homer of the year, and it was overturned by a replay against Oakland. And it was called a foul ball, and then he struck out on the next pitch. Jose Cisnero warming up for Houston.
It's really easy to feel like, oh, woe was me at that point.
That's in for a strike. And evens the count at 1-1. Smoke is on deck. Seager, before he hit those 2 homers in the game April 23rd against Houston, was hitting 156. No homers, 2 runs batted in. Hit a 2-run homer in the 7th, a 3-run shot in the 9th. And that was a walk-off.
I'm impressed watching Seager take some of these pitches. There is just no movement when the pitch is not in the strike zone. That tells me he's seeing it just perfectly. Looks like a guy taking all the way until he gets a strike.
That's upstairs to him, and now he's ahead, 3-1 in the count. Tuesday night here in Washington's 4-3 win over the Astros, it was Adam LaRoche who had a big RBI double in the 8th to tie the game, and he had the game-winning hit then in the 9th, a single. So the Astros have been victimized a couple of times in recent days by the same hitter with big different key hits in late innings. Drive, right center field, way back for Springer. Springer's looking at the bullpen fence, and he reaches up, can't snag it. At least 2 runs will score as it kicks back toward the infield. And here's a throw into second base, and Seattle grabs the lead. Seager with a 2-run double sends home Saunders and Cano. And it's 4-3 Seattle. Springer gave it a go, came up a little bit short. Seager now has 15 runs batted in. That's his 5th double of the year.
So close. There's the big swing on a pitch borderline down around the knees. Was this catchable? Maybe. And that's a tough little corner in right field. You'd challenge any outfielder out there.
Yep.
Just not sure if you're quite back to the fence. Seager is a guy who probably thought this was out of here.
Certainly wasn't running like he thought anything else.
Seen the Bambino run out home runs harder.
Infield in for Smoke. Smoke takes strike 1. He has a walk and a strikeout. Now a 1-run lead. That's 6 hits for Seattle. 2 by Seager. Ackley's on deck. Now we get some warm-up action for the Astros in their bullpen. 87 pitches for Peacock. Bounce foul first base side. That makes it 0-2.
How might this inning have gone if the ground ball hit by Brad Miller's turned into a double play and you've got 2 outs and nobody on base?
Well, it certainly would be a way any pitcher would want to have the inning go. 2 outs, nobody on. Impossible to answer what happens from there if you reconstruct the inning, but nonetheless.
Yeah, you never know how things follow up, but you take your chances. 2 outs and nobody on base.
Castro goes out.
Get a peek at what George Springer's dealing with. See that wall juts out, and you know when a wall's straight across, you kind of know how to get back on it, but when it's coming back at an angle on you, do you actually know how to deal with it? The only thing you can say is get back there as quickly as you can, get your hand on the fence, and try to make the play. Boy, there's a lot going on for George Springer in the early goings here.
The game can move very fast for a player just promoted to the big leagues. Swing and a miss, and Smoke is down on strikes. Number 6. We commonly hear that phrase, Ash. What does that really mean to you?
I'm not really sure. I imagine you're playing things out in your head a lot of the time, and things might start passing you by. There's a good breaking ball to pick up the strikeout. I don't know that the game isn't played just as rapidly at AAA or AA. The pitching is very similar in terms of velocities. So it's a hard one for me to define, and I don't know if George would try to tell you, boy, it's just happening so fast for me. I don't know. I think that's the explanation a lot of people try to make. It's just a little bit tougher.
Ball 1 to Ackley. He's 0 for 2. Well, we've seen him drop a few balls hit to him in the outfield. Or
ball's on the ground, no doubt. Yep.
And that seems to be rushing.
Yep.
So I think
that's so is the game going faster, or is he speeding up?
I think that is the real explanation. I think players try to feel that they have to be faster because it's the big leagues.
Yeah, maybe so.
1-1. When in reality, just make sure the ball's picked up and thrown back in. That's fine.
At some point, you come to the realization that you're playing the very same game you have your whole life. You're just playing it with people who are a little bit better, top of the game level. The thing is, that guy has all the tools to be among the very elite players.
Little roller goes to first base. Guzman there with his foot on the base for out number 3. But the Mariners now have the upper hand, scoring 2 runs on 3 hits. They lead it 4-3.
Progressive fan of the game, and since you've mentioned, Bill and Alan, that it is National Jersey Day, who better to talk to for fan of the game than a guy wearing a throwback Nolan Ryan Astros jersey? This is Brandon from Pearland. Brandon, you obviously are a Nolan Ryan fan. Why'd you pick the jersey?
Well, I grew up I was a Nolan Ryan fan, watching baseball as a kid in Little League, and I'm not a big Rangers fan. That's when I got to go see him for the first time, so I decided when this thing came out, I wanted to get one. So I've always been a fan, and I like the color of the jersey, so it just kind of fit me.
What do you think of him being back with the organization?
I like it. I think he's going to bring something good back to Houston. I hope he does as well with this team as he did with the Rangers. And like I said, it's good to have him home.
And I want you to model the back of the jersey now. You got to like that for National Jersey Day. Brandon from Pearland, we appreciate it. Thanks for wearing your jersey. He's our progressive fan of the game.
Thanks, Layla. He is rocking the look. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning now, and Tom Wilhelmsen has come out of the bullpen for Seattle. Felix Hernandez in 5 innings allowed the Astros 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, walking 3, fanning 6, hitting a batter. Wilhelmsen 0-1, his ERA 3.97. Alex Presley, the first man up. Showing bunt and taking ball 1. Presley's 0 for 2, so Felix not sharp tonight, but in a position to be a 4-game winner.
I wonder if he had something bothering him to come out at that stage.
Not sure, Ash. 92 pitches for Hernandez through 5. It's 1-1. Wilhelmsen takes over the club lead in appearances with 12 now. He's faced the Astros once this year at Seattle, April 21st. Gave up 1 run in 2 innings on a Mark Krause homer. That's a shot to right field. That might tie this game. Near the fence, and there's Saunders over to snag it. 1 out.
Alex Presley, we've mentioned, not a real big guy, but he's got some legit pop in the bat. And I think he just missed this one. That's a nice play in right field by a guy that I'll say repeatedly is a very good outfielder. And I'm not sure why they have not chosen to have him roam center field unless it's for his abilities in right.
Strike two, Dominguez. He's walked in line to left. Maybe it's the same thing we're talking about with some of the Astros young players. They want to give Almonte more time to settle in. Ground ball to third. Seager, 2 down for Wilhelmsen.
Every Thursday home game this season is Dollar Dog Thursday. The next chance to inhale Dollar Dogs is May 29th. All set. When the Astros face the Orioles, for tickets call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com.
Inhale's a good way to put it. Got Nolan Ryan Beef, very popular for the fans here. 4-3 Seattle, and now it's VR with 2 outs, nobody on. Taking ball 1. Wilhelmsen was the Mariners closer for a time last year, winding up with 24 saves and 29 opportunities. Drafted by Milwaukee in 0-2 in the 7th round. Looks down at his footing after delivering ball 2. He was out of organized baseball from 04 through 08.
Wonder how long it took him to say, you know what, I've got to get back. I've got to give it my shot.
That is a birthday hit for Jonathan VR, who turned 23 today. And now he's going to go to second, and the throw is not in time.
You know, this happened at times last year, Brownie, where VR would actually be thrown out. Great efforts, but poor decisions. But here he sees a little bit of a bobble and takes full advantage.
Good move.
Good swing down and through the baseball. I really believe he's got a chance to be a very good offensive player, and we've seen what he can do defensively.
He saw an opening, he turned it on, it's ruled a single and an error. And now it's Altuve batting. Altuve has a couple of hits. That's a good time to try to get that extra base with 2 outs in the inning, nobody else on. Now he's in scoring position for Altuve. A single could tie the game. Joe Beimel, a lefty, is warming up in the Seattle pen. Tom Kohler got the start for Miami tonight at home against the Dodgers and Josh Beckett. Kohler pitching well for 7 innings of shutout ball. It's 6-3 Miami now in the top of the 9th. Cishek in the game to try to end it. There's Beimel. Jared Saltalamacchia hit his 6th home run tonight for the Fish. Giancarlo Stanton has driven in another. One of the 2 guys who really had the best Aprils, it would appear, subjectively speaking, among hitters, are Stanton in the National League and Abreu in the American League.
Stanton is a youngster, but he's been around a while, and one of those guys loaded with tools. He just seems to me to be a guy who figures to have a couple of MVP awards under his belt when his career's over.
Coach Rick Waite's out for the visit. Zunino talking with Wilhelmsen. VR off second with a 1-0 count here on Altuve. not chasing that breaking pitch. It runs to 2 balls, no strikes. An error by Almonte was his second of the game. 2-1. He drew an error on the Astro fly ball, and Villar's at third base now.
And nobody near him. Take it if they're going to give it to you, and that's exactly what he does.
2 steals for him tonight, 6 for the season for Jonathan Villar. So Almonte now has 5 errors this year. So right about that steal third with 2 outs. You're absolutely sure, go ahead and take it, and he did. Without a throw, 3 balls and a strike.
Yeah, there have been plenty of guys through the years say, I was absolutely certain, and then they got thrown out.
That's a tough pitch on 3-1. Full count to Altuve now.
I think that said a lot for Jose Altuve. The 3-1 hook for the called strike. I think that Altuve is the guy that they probably fear a bit in this scenario.
And that's ball 4.
They're right back to a breaking ball.
Good example of what you just said. Now it's Fowler batting. Fowler 1 for 3.
And I would think that Altuve could be a threat to run here.
Fowler singled with a smash off Miller's glove in the 3rd inning. He's 1 for 3. Fowler came into this game hitting .286 with men in scoring position. The Astros are hitting .140 with 2 outs and men in scoring position. Altuve takes off, big jump, no throw. No attempt to stop him. And the pitch was ball 1.
Well, I guess that was a quick response to could be a threat to run.
Ruled a stolen base. That's Altuve's 10th.
They were holding him on at first.
In for a strike, 1-1. But now that steal could turn into an additional run.
I think it could be big. I mean, you come up with a measly single here and you retake the lead. Right there at the waistband.
Fowler started the bat. He's called for swinging by Bob Davidson. He's going back to protest that. It's 1-2.
See, does this bat get through the plate? I would say no. I would say that's holding it back. But Bob Davidson disagrees.
In the dirt, big play by Zunino. Keep the tying run from scoring.
Dexter maybe thought this pitch was, off the plate. It's right there at the waistband. I don't know that I would be looking to have that pitch called high, but Davidson liked that. He also liked the little half swing.
And a strikeout ends it in the Astros 6th. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 2 men left. Seattle leads 4-3.
Jersey Day, brought to you by Majestic. So we asked you to tweet me pics, your favorite pictures of your favorite jerseys or jersey shirts of the Astros. Here's some of what we got on Twitter. Texas Raider 21. Look at all those jerseys and all those colors. Vintage, new, you name it, he's got it. We also checked out Instagram, hashtag Astros Happiness in Zukui. Check out this picture right here. Pretty cute. The Astros shirt right there, and whenever you have a picture with Orbit, that's always a winner. Thank you very much for tweeting me at HoChanCSN. Brownie, I'm going to send it back to you.
Thanks, Howard. Beautiful evening for you out there, watching from the Landry's Crawford boxes. And Jose Cisnero came in while you were giving us that. Cisnero is pitcher number 2 of the night for the Astros. Brad Peacock at 6 innings, allowed 6 hits, 4 runs. Walking 3, fanning 6. And now, with this 4-3 game, it's Zunino, Almonte, and Saunders due up in the 7th against Cisnero, who in 2 games has not given up an earned run through 2 1/3 innings.
One of those guys with a big-time arm. Can he command it and turn it into a quality strike-throwing arm?
Ball went to Zunino, who hit the 2-run homer to the Landry's Crawford boxes. Well, his manager thinks he can. Bo Porter got a question during his media session about Cisnero tonight, and said yes, he does have the arm to be a back end of the bullpen guy. 2 balls, no strikes. In that regard, Bo plans to try some matchups now out of that closer slot in his bullpen. Foul back. You might see Chad Qualls, or you could see Anthony Bass in closing situations. Josh Fields has been given an opportunity to pitch earlier in games now. Left-hander Tony Sipp, the newcomer's warming up. That's ripped foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bo was talking about the man we're watching right now, not Sipp in the bullpen, the newcomer, but the man who's pitching right now, Jose Cisnero, and how he was throwing the ball so well when he joined the Astros last year, and then something happened, and he was not the same guy after his first 2 or 3 weeks in the big leagues.
You see that fastball at 94 when he joined the club, and I believe when Bo was referring to that time frame, he was steady 95 and 96, maybe even up to 97.
Yeah, and he just was not the same pitcher, as Bo said, after that. Cisnero has the weapons, though. Still 2-2.
Now, when he came on, he looked like the guy that maybe most belonged in the closer role.
He's 25 years old. Last year, his first time in the big leagues. 28 games, a 2-2 record, a 4.12 ERA. He gets a swing and a miss and strikes out Zunino. Now he's back to looking like he did in the early stages of his major league career.
Well, that'd be a very welcome sight if he can turn it back to that point.
Abraham Almonte is 0 for 1 with a walk. Hits it in the air, and Altuve gets underneath it. 2 down.
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit Astros.com for more details.
If Altuve gets one more chance in the field tonight, that would be 300 total chances without an error. Saunders, the batter, he bunted and scored after his bunt single. There's strike 1. It's a long errorless stretch for Altuve, covering the last 63 games and 6 innings plus of this one.
Most of us can barely get through breakfast without dropping something.
You got that right. 1 ball, 1 strike, but then dogs are always appreciative.
Yes, they are.
For those droppings. Don't you feel bad when your dog's just staring at you all the way through the waiting?
He knows what's coming. He knows there's going to be a good boy coming. Yours?
Well, ours would wait. Yeah, he would wait a long time for some scrap, some little morsel. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There aren't too many dogs who stay away from the table at mealtime.
No, you gotta school them real hard on that one.
Upstairs for ball 3. Full count to Saunders. Tight ball game tonight. The Astros led with 2 in the 3rd inning. Seattle tied it with a 2-run homer in the 5th by Zunino. Houston went up 3-2. Seattle is currently up 4-3. That was close. Ball 4. Saunders draws a walk. And we're at the bottom of the knees.
Yep. Yeah, this is very close, and this is not the first time this evening. Felix Hernandez thought he had thrown a couple of strikes in key situations. I'm sure Brad Peacock fit in that same category. Michael Saunders says it wasn't even close.
Now Miller's coming up. Miller's 1 for 3. The notch of the knee, that area below the knee, is the bottom of the strike zone.
Yeah, and if any part of the baseball touches that imaginary line, that's a strike, or should be.
Strike to Miller.
But though I think it applies on both corners, generally speaking, especially the outside corner, I'm not sure it applies at the bottom or the tops of the strike zone.
Big swing there by Miller, and it's 0-2.
And always remember, when you're talking breaking ball, breaking downward, the front of the plate counts. And then on the fastball, sometimes you might want to apply the back of the plate. It's just not sure all the time that the entire strike zone is utilized.
3-dimensional strike zone.
Unless it's Rod Serling behind the plate.
Liner to right field. That's a hit. Springer comes up with it on a hop. Here's the first to third base running move, and he gets it into Altuve. Saunders to third on the Miller single. 2 on now at the corners and 2 outs for Cano.
Just a fastball. When you get deeper into counts, hitters have a little more ability to look fastball, and when they get it, tend to get the barrel out. They'll say getting the head out.
Now Bo Porter is out to make a change and bring in newcomer lefty Tony Sipp, who will be making his Astros debut. He just arrived today. It's Seattle 4, Houston 3. Back in a moment.
Astros face off against their interstate rivals, the Texas Rangers. It's a 3-game series, May 12th through 14th at Minute Maid Park. For tickets to the Texas Rangers series, call 1-8779-ASTROS or visit Astros.com. We get to see new Astros reliever Tony Sipp. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby. Bo Porter was talking about the importance of having 2 lefties in the pen. He said especially since Matt Albers is on the DL, a guy who can get both lefties and righties out. Sipp helps him because he says now we can use one early and we can use one late as far as lefty relievers are concerned. He said if you only have one, you don't know when you need to hold on to that bullet in the game.
Very important point, and now he gets number 2 in Sipp making his Astros debut. He's been in the big leagues for 5 years. Tony, 30 years old, from Pascagoula, Mississippi. Went to Clemson University. And he obtained his release from the San Diego Padres organization. He had been with their AAA El Paso club. Had 11 appearances there, fanning 21 and 14 2/3 innings. He comes in to face Robinson Cano with runners at first and third and 2 outs.
And what a manager wants to know is how effective is he going to be lefty versus lefty? Can you get that big out? Can you be counted on to get it?
Has a good track record in the big leagues of retiring left-handed hitters, and even better on right-handed hitters. And that's fouled away. Strike 1 for Cano, who's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored tonight.
Big breaking ball left up, and it looked like Robinson Cano had a pretty good clue.
Tony Sipp was a 45th round draft choice of Cleveland in 04. Came to the big leagues with the Tribe in 09 after having Tommy John surgery in 07. And he began to rack up the appearances. 70, 69, 63 from 2010 through 2012. Last year pitched for Arizona. Cano fouls it. It's 0-2. Peacock threw 92 pitches, 57 of those strikes in his 6 innings of work.
You know, pitching for Arizona can be deceiving. I think it's kind of near pitching for Colorado, where the numbers can be awfully inflated against the pitchers.
Very much so. That park is at altitude, even though it is an indoor stadium most of the year, Chase Field. It's a big ballpark. The ball really travels well. Cano's hit .263 against lefty pitching this year. He reaches for that one and grounds it foul. Whereas with the Yankees, with all the firepower they had, as now Cano is the big presence in the Seattle lineup, and that's what many people have pointed out over the winter after his free agent signing with his organization.
With all the excellent players the Yankees have had, for me, Robinson Cano was their real star. He was the guy you could count on, it seemed, from the Yankee perspective.
Line to Sipp, and he gets Cano for his first out as an Astro. No runs, 1 hit, 2 men left, 7th inning stretch, 4-3 Seattle.
The Astros had a day off, so what better game to go to than a high school baseball game? They went to see the pitching phenom Tyler Kolek from Shepherd High School. His team played Jasper. He's drawn comparisons to Nolan Ryan, 6'5", 250-pound kid, throws a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and he got to meet him. Bo Porter said it was like Friday Night Lights. These are pictures from Jesus Ortiz of the Houston Chronicle. He is working on a big feature story that's coming out over the weekend. And it was something that Bo Porter said he had a lot of fun with. And I know you guys got to hear a couple of comments from the rest of the Astros staff as to what the experience was like. But we've heard a lot about this kid, so it's nice to see that the big league club got to check him out.
Yeah, it's a good story, Layla. Thank you for that. Good photos. Bo Porter had a wonderful time, he said, with the people up there just enjoying popcorn and the hot dogs. And it was a real outing there in Jasper, Texas for all those who came out. Very enjoyable night.
Dave Tremblay was the guy that I was talking with, and he just sounded like he had been rejuvenated in life by meeting some of the folks that he met last night and just watching how good people can be to each other.
It's an interesting point about getting that perspective. Lefty Joe Bimo comes out of the bullpen. He's 0-1. His ERA 3.60 in 10 innings. He's allowed 11 hits, walking 4. Fanning 7. And it'll be Jason Castro first up against him. Castro 0 for 2, hit by a pitch, has scored a run. That is strike one for Joe Bimo, who's 37 years old. He pitched at AAA Gwinnett, Atlanta AAA club last year. Longtime major leaguer, drafted by Pittsburgh in the 18th round in '98. Went to college right there in Pittsburgh at Duquesne University. In fact, he became the first Pirate to have gone to Duquesne. 0-2 the count. Then after being with the Pirates for 3 years, he went to Minnesota for a year, Tampa Bay, the Dodgers, Washington, Colorado, back to Pittsburgh, and then 2012 was the year of Tommy John surgery for him. He's pitched in almost 600 major league games. Castro swings at it. It's strike 3. Zunino throws him out.
Time now to check out our minor league report presented by your local Honda dealer. And you get to look at some of the young pitchers and how they're doing. Take a look at that bottom line, the strikeouts to walk ratio, and very impressive. Josh Hader is just dealing with the 36 Ks. Lance McCullers not too shabby. Vincent Velasquez. These are impressive numbers being put up by the fellas. And when you consider at Lancaster, that's a launching pad for the offense. Those are terrific figures.
Excellent starts for those three guys. Now we'll have a pitching change. Joe Bimo got the only man he's facing. Castro struck out. Back to the right-hand side of the bullpen. Dominic Leone. 4-3 Mariners with George Springer due up right after this. Jonathan VR and the Astros take on Cano and the Mariners in Game 2 of their weekend series. Pre-game live starts at 2:30. Game coverage begins at 3, only on Comcast Sports Net.
And now tomorrow night's pitching matchup brought to you by Chevron. Care for your car. Hisashi Iwakuma makes his first start of the season. Last year, 33 starts. And boy, they were good ones, too, with that great ERA. Dallas Keuchel has been strong for the club, 2-1 on the season. And an ERA that says he should put up a very good battle tomorrow evening.
Iwakuma last year pitched 4 times against the Astros. He was 2-1 with a 1.38 ERA. Finished third in the Cy Young voting. Now it's Dominic Leone coming in. He's pitcher number 4 in 8 games. He has no decisions with an ERA of 1.5. George Springer will be first up against him with 1 out in the home 7th inning. Springer 0 for 3 tonight. 2 strikeouts and a ground out high bouncer in front of the plate to the catcher. 0 for 14 against Seattle this year. And on the slider he commits. It's strike 1. I think the Astros dugout is giving it to Mr. Bob Davidson right now.
He's just decided to take upon himself the check swings. And I think Bo Porter, and I think all managers would say, let the corner guys do it.
Springer looks at a pitch upstairs at 92 for a ball, 1-1. Dominic Leone making his first major league tour this season. He's from Norwich, Connecticut. He was a teammate of Brad Miller at Clemson, 16th round pick in 2012 by the M's. There's some high heat at 95 for strike 2. It would be interesting to know what George Springer's bat speed is right now.
Yeah, you could match him with some of the golf club head speeds from the PGA Tour.
Yeah.
He might win in that regard. He's got to find some contact here.
That's strike 3.
It's hard to figure, as hard as he lets it fly, how sometimes on the 3rd strike he can get caught just watching one right through the heart of the plate.
That's 9 punch outs for Astros hitters tonight. Now Mark Krause, he has a pair of run producing singles and a walk tonight. Cano playing him very much to pull. Smoke is just inside the first base line, and Krause watches it for ball 1.
Well, that looked like a strike.
Astros had promoted a couple of their top pitching prospects. Kyle Smith, who came from Kansas City in the Justin Maxwell deal, bumped up to Double-A Corpus Christi. He was at Lancaster. He was 4-0 with a 2.60 ERA in 7 games. And Kent Emanuel, who was drafted last June, has been promoted from Class A Quad Cities to Lancaster. He was a lefty from North Carolina. Line foul. 1-2. So here we are about a month into this season, and those 2 guys have already been moved along to a higher level. Yesterday it came out that the order of the draft in June will be the Astros having the first overall selection, 36th overall in the competitive balance round A, and 42nd overall with the first pick in the second round.
Are they going to trade down?
Well, they can't trade picks in baseball, 2-2, although many are advocating that. Day 1 of the baseball draft will be June 5th. And there's a strikeout. The Mariners strike out the side. We go to the 8th inning, 4-3 Seattle.
host free Astros RBI baseball and softball tryouts for boys and girls ages 13 to 18. Tomorrow beginning at 9 a.m. at the Astros Urban Youth Academy at Sylvester Turner Park. For more information, call 281-260-9166 or email uya@astros.com.
Thanks, Layla. Tony Sipp out for the 8th inning as the youngsters are enjoying this one on a very pleasant evening here. One-run ball game. We go to the 8th with Hart, Seager, and Smoke due up against Tony Sipp. Tony caught the line drive hit by Robinson Cano with 2 men on to end the top of the 7th inning, making his Astros debut. Now he moves around to the right-handed side for Corey Hart. Corey Hart is 1 for 3, single to left in the 6th inning. A looping line drive just over the glove of Jonathan Villar. Altuve playing over on the shortstop side of second base for Hart. It's up for ball 1. Indians block the White Sox tonight, 12-5 at Cleveland. Danny Salazar the winner, John Danks the loser. Carlos Santana hit his 4th. Brantley number 5 for the Tribe. Strike makes it 1-1. Jose Abreu hit number 11 for the Sox.
No end in sight. Guy can swing it, and he drives it out the other way.
That's what's so impressive about him. Two balls and a strike. Now with 2 lefties, Bo Porter can rest one or use both. Sipp and Raul Valdez as he chooses. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Astros relievers have a 5.86 ERA, and they've gone through some very rough times. Have some people injured right now. Matt Albers is down for at least another 7 or 8 days on the disabled list. Jesse Crane out until probably the end of this month, they're estimating. Hart strikes out.
Time now for the AT&T Rewind. We turn back to the 6th inning with Seattle at the plate. Ground ball hit by Brad Miller, set up for an easy double play. It was missed and led to this big shot off the bat of Kyle Seager. Wound up being a double as George Springer was unable to pull it down off the wall in right center field and led to a couple of runs. So a couple of very big plays in the ballgame as it currently stands.
Seager now is 2 for 3 in this game. Ball 1. Tony Sipp signed with this San Diego organization, which has had such an excellent low bullpen ERA for the year. But he realized he had a much better opportunity if he moved on from that organization. In for a strike, and it's 1-1.
93 for a lefty coming out of the bullpen. That's not bad at all.
No. Plenty of experience for Tony Sipp. 258 major league innings. 63 holds. It's 2-1. Baltimore shut out Minnesota at Target Field 3-0. Ubaldo Jimenez getting his first win. Sigh of relief breathed by Dan Duquette in Baltimore. Jimenez has been off to a rough start. He beat Ricky Nolasco. Tommy Hunter got his 8th save. It's 3-1 now.
Tommy Hunter's a closer now, huh?
Yeah. Nelson Cruz hit his 8th homer. He's having a nice year for the Birds.
I think the Texas Rangers missed that bat.
I think they do. They might miss Tommy Hunter before all is said and done as well.
Yeah.
Velasco, a complete game loss for the Twins tonight. It's a smash on one hop to Guzman. 2 outs. So you and Blummer will get your first look at the Birds. And on this next road trip after 4 in Detroit.
That's going to be intriguing. The Tigers are a team that I just view as probably maybe the easiest path back to postseason play once again for any club. But of course, easy is a relative term because there are some very good clubs.
Justin Smoak is 0 for 2 with a walk. And the switch hitter turns around this time. Pirates beat the Blue Jays 6-5 with 3 in the 9th in Pittsburgh, giving Mark Melancon the win, beating Sergio Santos. Let's see if Jeff Blum can break out some MC Hammer for us.
I don't know if he's got any MC going on, but did he glance over to see what she was doing and then maybe try to copy it?
Yep.
Yeah, I think he might have. That young lady had it going on that night.
Whatever happened to her?
I think she came out again. I think, in fact, Julia went and interviewed her.
Yeah, Lacey was her name, we're told. Didn't she wind up on Dancing with the Stars?
She should have if she didn't.
Guys, I was the one who interviewed her.
Oh, you were the one, Layla.
I'm sorry, Layla.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay. Her name was Macy. I think it still is, probably.
Right.
Yeah, it hasn't changed then, huh?
I don't think it's changed.
We should do an update on her. Layla.
We should. It was a good follow-up last time. She taught me the dance and everything.
Foul back. It's 1 and 2.
Yeah, you know, if she didn't get on as a dancer, maybe she had a shot at being a co-host on Dancing with the Stars.
I think that she would also be good at that. She was pretty funny.
Was she?
Well, Layla, what would you say is the most interesting interview you've ever done?
She was up there. I got to interview David Stern. That was pretty cool.
Oh.
I once interviewed a guy getting hit by a foul ball in the second deck of Petco Park because he was checking into Facebook and his head was down.
Oh, no.
That ended up being a pickle.
Struck him out. That ends the top of the 8th inning. 4-3 Mariners.
.43. Great guests, hot topics, and no-holds-barred debate. Kevin Eschenfelder serves it up every single night on Sports Talk Live at 5 p.m. Only on Comcast Sportsnet.
Here at Minute Maid Park, it's a 4-3 lead for Seattle. Yoervis Medina comes out of the bullpen. He'll be pitcher number 5 for Lloyd McClendon tonight. Medina pitched last night in the win at New York over the Yankees. And he threw 10 pitches, getting his 5th hold of the year. He is the 8th inning guy again 24 hours later with a 1-run lead. He's 1-1 with a 2.92 ERA.
Yeah, it's game 1 of the 3-game set. It's early in the season. You're working your 5th pitcher, and very likely could go at least 6 pitchers on the evening. It's pretty quick pathway to wearing out a bullpen when you have a night that Felix Hernandez started.
King Felix checking out after 5 innings tonight, giving up 3 runs, 2 of them earned. Leon struck out both men he faced in the 7th inning. Weimel struck out the only man he faced. 4 Astros in a row have struck out. And now we go to Guzman. Guzman is 0 for 3. Strike one for Medina. Medina had a 1-2-3 8th inning last night with a 4-2 lead, retiring Jeter, Beltran, and Soriano of the Yankees. He's 25 years old from Venezuela. Pitched once against the Astros in Seattle, April 22nd, with a scoreless inning. It's a chop off the plate, foul from Pat Mistake. 4 balls, 2 strikes. Mr. Medina was tagged for a walk-off grand slam at Miami by none other than Giancarlo Stanton, April 18th. That's a strikeout looking. String of strikeouts here for the M's. That's 5 in a row.
Yeah, the punch-outs are starting to mount once again. And this kind of understandable. That's a pretty good curveball despite it being left up.
Strikeout number 11 for Mariners pitching tonight. Alex Presley's 0 for 3. The Pirates had quite a finish with that 3-run ninth to beat Toronto 6-5. They had a couple of home runs off the Blue Jays closer, Sergio Santos. Pedro Alvarez is 7th, and Starling Marte is 2nd. Bob Davidson looked like he flinched a little bit on that one.
He was just about to bring the right arm up and then realized that would be a little foolish.
Since it wasn't a strike. No need for the right arm to be exercised on that pitch either. 2 balls, no strikes with Matt Dominguez on deck. Medina last year threw in 63 games with a 4-6 record at 2.91 ERA. Had 71 strikeouts in 68 innings. That was his rookie season. The Seattle Mariners ERA 3.33 out of the bullpen. That's a strike to make it 2-1. Their new closer is Fernando Rodney. They have 6 saves in 9 opportunities as a group. Gets away, and it's 3 balls and a strike. Washington beat the Phillies at Philadelphia 5-3. Washington sweeping the 2-game series here. And riding that good pitching and dealing pretty well with the injuries the Nats have. They're now 17-12. Presley takes a walk. That's the 5th of the night for Mariners pitching. And it brings up Dominguez. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. Derek Levin's got the victory tonight in relief for Washington. Mike Adams, Soriano got his 6th save. What a night for Anthony Rendon a couple of nights ago here. Had 4 hits, including a homer. Cliff Lee came away with a no decision tonight for the Phils, giving up 1 earned run in 7 innings. Strasburg gave up no earned runs in 6 innings. Runner going. Fly ball, a flare into left center field. Presley's deep at second. He'll get to third anyway on the looping single by Matt Dominguez. Cano put the deke on Presley, slowed down but still easily made third, and it's first and third, 1 out on the Dominguez single.
got to find a way to pick up the baseball. Alex Presley did get lost on the play, but when it's all said and done, didn't lose 90 feet. Sometimes getting jammed is a wonderful thing. So the head down, and the ball gets hit. Now where is it? I don't know, and didn't lose a whole lot of time.
Now we get a pinch runner at first for Dominguez. Marwin Gonzalez coming in to run. And it's Jonathan Villar batting. First and third, double play situation. 1-run lead. Villar singled into sixth inning after walking in the fourth. He's 1 for 2 on his 23rd birthday. Villar has grounded into one double play this year. Cano and Miller in, and they could turn two from where they're situated right now. Throw goes over to first on Marwin. Huervis Medina listed at 6'3", 245, trying to get out of trouble. Astros bullpen is busy. Pitch out. Ball, no strikes on Villar. Villar coming into this game tonight had hit 192 as a left-handed batter, 323 right-handed.
But he's been showing signs of picking it up from that left side.
He has. At that one for a ball, and it's 2-0 to Jonathan Villar.
We've talked a lot about the Astros doing a lot of pregame work, especially when they're at home prior to batting practice, infield work, and I found myself very impressed with the work all the guys are putting in, but maybe in particular Jonathan Villar and the serious nature that he is applying to the work that's going on.
He was a bit undisciplined last year, to say the least. On this homestand, he has 8 hits now and 18 at bats. Right-hander Danny Farquhar is beginning his warm-up tosses for the Mariners. Jose Altuve on deck. Villar pops it up foul. It's 2-1.
2-0 fastball. And no notion at all of taking by Villar. Put a good swing on it. That's all you ask.
Each club has 7 hits tonight. The Mariners have the 2 errors in the game. Astros have stranded 8. Seattle has left 5. Another throw goes over on Marwin Gonzalez. The Mariners very watchful on him. It's Keuchel and Iwakuma tomorrow at 3:10. McHugh and Mauer Sunday at 1:10. Forget the Cinco de Mayo parade. A lot of festivities before the game tomorrow. Jeff Luhnow will be out there. Strike makes it 2-2. Street Festival from 12 to 3 outside Minute Maid Park.
His second strike is a high strike, and we have not seen pitches up called strikes this evening, and I think Villar and company wanted to know why it suddenly became a strike.
Chopper and coming over. Medina lets it bounce, tosses to first, and out is the call. And coming home to score the tying run is Presley. That makes it a 4-4 game. Dina might have been hoping that ball would spin foul, but it did not, and VR winds up with an RBI on the ground out.
Of course, he didn't have the big pictures. He's looking at this baseball in the air. But had he taken it right there, he was holding the runner at third base. It wasn't until a late break allowing this run to come in. You can see from the other angle anyway how that it was that late break, and VR thought he beat the play.
Now a 4-4 game, and here's Altuve. Dominguez had gone out for the pinch runner, Marlon Gonzalez, who advanced to second on that ground out. Marlon hoping to score the go-ahead run. Altuve has 2 hits tonight and a walk. And that one goes foul. And there goes a win for King Felix Hernandez. Medina will be charged with a blown save here. Astros battling back to tie it. Houston led 2-0 after 4. Seattle tied it with 2 in the 5th on the homer by Zunino. Houston grabbed the 5th inning run to lead 3-2, and then 2 in the 6th inning for the Mariners put them up 4-3. Upstairs for ball 1.
This is VR in that play at first base. Close, very close, but they get him. But that's a play that shows you how important it is just to even make the weakest of contact at times.
No doubt. Very important point. James Hoyle with a call. Miller to his left with the quick throw. Gets Altuve. That sends this game to the 9th. Tie. Seattle 4, Houston 4.
It is now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag CSNHFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game telecast. It is the Comcast Sportsnet Fan Photo brought to you by AT&T.
Thanks, Layla. Tony Sipp has gotten 4 in a row since entering the game with 2 men on and 2 outs in the 7th inning. And now as the 9th inning arrives, he will be facing the bottom part of the order. Dustin Ackley to lead it off. Then Zunino and Almonte with right-handed help available in the bullpen. Chad Qualls is warming up. So Sipp might be in for just this one more batter, Ackley, because then Zunino, the right-handed hitter, will come up. Ackley's 0 for 3. Sipp got Cano on a line drive back to the pitcher to end that 7th inning rally. Then he struck out Hart, got Seager on a ground out, and whiffed Smoke in the last inning. Marlon Gonzalez stays in the game to play third. He's in on the grass. He pinch ran for Matt Dominguez. That's popped up. Jonathan VR calling in shallow center. 1 out, and Tony Sipp making quite a debut as an Astro here. He's retired 5 straight. That'll be it for him. Marwin Gonzalez there at third, watching as Bo Porter comes out. He's made the move already to the bullpen. Chad Qualls getting set. Mariners 4, Astros 4. Back in a moment. Worth watching, and also as promised, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite, showing you one of the big happenings of this ball game tonight. It's been back and forth, Houston and Seattle, and Tony Sipp has made his Astros debut, and there's a liner. The first man he faces, Robinson Cano, lines back to him, strikes out Hart, he gets Seager, he strikes out Smoke, he gets Ackley. 5 straight retired by Tony Sipp, his Astros debut.
Yeah, struck out a couple of right-hand batters in that 8th inning, so looks like he can handle both the righties and the lefty, but going no further here in the 9th inning. And that's promising, and that's been an area of the bullpen that has been really hard to figure to this point.
Now he turns it over to 35-year-old right-hander Chad Qualls, 0-1 with a 5.40 ERA. He last pitched a scoreless inning on Tuesday night against Washington. 1 for 2 in saves. He's allowed 15 hits in 8 1/3 innings. And went through that bout of illness. Most of his teammates went through that as well. Did not pitch for 8 days. Came back and took him a while to get things back together again. Here's Zunino. Strike one from Qualls. Zunino hit a 2-run homer in the 5th inning to tie it at 2.
Some struggling numbers against left-hand hitters so far for Qualls.
Well, he had that rough outing at Oakland and had a blown save and a loss April 19th. Get strike 2 there. And he gave up the Lowry homer, coming into the 3-1 9th inning lead. And then Callaspo, another switch hitter, batting left. And Reddick connected also off him. So that helped to inflate those numbers for him against left-handed batters. It's a shot and on through the shift. Into left center field, a single for Zunino. Zunino 2 for 4 tonight. Selected an 0-2 pitch and hit it hard.
Kind of hits it right through the shortstop position here. Tough slider down and away.
Hit number 8 for the Mariners. They did not have a hit in the first 3 innings. Almonte is 0 for 2 with a walk. The Astros are 0 and 4. And they're tied after 8 innings. Strike 1.
It's such a good backup fastball that Qualls has. You would anticipate it being effective against the lefties.
Yeah, he can start that pitch right at the hitter and break it over the inside of the plate. Runner goes and it's chopped foul. 4 balls, 2 strikes. Big night for Dustin Pedroia. He hit a grand slam off Ryan Cook of Oakland in the 6th inning. And that led Boston to a 7-1 win. Clay Buchholz, the winner, went to 2-2. Dan Straley, the loser, was 1-2. The Astros have Fowler, Castro, and Springer due up in the home ninth. That's a strike, and Almonte's caught looking. He's glaring back at Bob Davidson without number 2.
Another one of these backup fastballs. There's the high strike, which has come into play here a bit late in the game.
That's 10 strikeouts for Astros pitching, both clubs in double figures in the strikeout department. Michael Saunders has a bunt single and a walk tonight in 4 trips. And we'll go foul, strike 1 to Saunders. Mariners are hanging in the AL West with 10 wins and 11 losses. Those early season games. Lloyd McClendon's first year as their skipper. General manager is Jack Sorensic. He's on the trip. Rich Donnelly's the third base coach. He's a great guy, isn't he?
Funny guy, too, and he's got a load of stories.
He does. Just off the inside edge. 1-1. Rich has been around baseball for a long time, and he doesn't forget a story, does he?
He was managing in the minor leagues when he got the call, the shot to come work as a coach in the big leagues, and decided, why not? Let's take another shot.
He was with the Pirates for many years.
Longtime coach of Buddy Bell.
2-1. Some of these managers just align themselves with the coaching staff. They won't stay aligned with them.
I think Fred Kendall was one of those guys with Rich Donnelly that stayed with Buddy.
Yeah. Eddie Van Slyke's a newcomer.
I would think he'd be a great guy to have work with outfielders.
Yeah. Strike makes it 2-2. Andy was just fundamentally sound.
He was a hard charger of the baseball, too. If there was a base hit in front and somebody that was trying to take an extra 90 feet, he would charge like crazy.
Big 2-2 pitch coming. And the throw goes over. They got him if they execute. Guzman spikes the throw to Villar. He still makes the play. Wow. That's an escape act. Threw it right into the dirt. Villar caught it on a bounce and tagged out Zunino, who took off early. No runs a hit, nobody left. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning, and it's tied at 4. mobilizing your world. And by Mayweather versus Maidana, live on pay-per-view. It's 4-4. We go to the bottom of the ninth inning, and in the top of the ninth, Zunino took off early on a 2-2 pitch. And there's the throw over to Guzman. Guzman on a one-hop throw gets it to VR, who tags out Zunino.
You see the catchers have great skill on their feet. Zunino trying to go on the very first move, and it cost him. That was a fine play by Jonathan VR, though.
Yeah, just the way they drew it up, right?
Well, Brent Strom will tell you for the moment that's the way they drew it up.
It worked. And Danny Farquhar will be pitcher number 6 for the Mariners. And Farquhar just got his first major league win last week against Texas. Now the right-hander comes in with Fowler, Castro, and Springer due up in the last of the ninth. The Astros have not scored a run in the ninth inning this year. Farquhar 1-0 with a 1.38 ERA. And there is ball one, Fowler. Fowler got an infield hit, a ball off the glove of the shortstop that went out into the outfield actually in the third inning. He's 1 for 4. Started to swing and he watched it. And it was ball 2. Farquhar, 27 years old, from Pembroke Pines, Florida. He's in with the strike there at 93. He went to Louisiana Lafayette. 10th round pick of Toronto in 08. Then he moved around to Oakland. Waiver claimed by the Yankees. Seattle got him in the Ichiro trade. 2-2. Or gave up a run against the Astros in Seattle April 22nd on 4 hits in 1 inning.
It's a guy who was groomed to be a closer for a while.
He had 16 saves last year in 20 opportunities. 0-3 with a 4.20 ERA. And he strikes out Fowler with a big hook. Astros have been outscored by their opponents in the ninth inning this year, 26-0. Jason Castro batting with 1 out is 0 for 3. He was hit by a pitch, scored a run in the 5th.
This is game number 29 and no runs in the ninth inning. Crazy, isn't it?
Springer's on deck. Ball 1 to Castro.
You know, I'm sure there's all kinds of logic attempted to be applied to that particular stat, but I'm not sure that any of it makes any sense for me.
It's 2-0.
Saw Bo Porter riding left-handed right there. He throws right-handed like so many baseball players. They write with one hand and throw with another. I don't know why that is, but it seems to be very prevalent in this game and has been for years.
Yeah, you're right.
Greg Biggio was the same way.
It's 2-1. They're in the 12th at Yankee Stadium. Rays 5, Yankees 5.
Jason Castro looked like he was trying to end things.
He did. Now back, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It would be rather fitting if George Springer could get that first long ball on a key swing here in the ninth inning.
And that'd be a great lift for the youngster. Seattle outfielders are all backed up to the walls except for the center fielder Almonte, who does not want to stand on top of Cowles Hill. Line drive right field. Castro's hustling out of the box. He takes a big turn. There's a 1-out single for Castro. And now Springer bats.
That's a major league at bat. When you've got 1 strike on you, you take a big swing and try to win it. When you've got 2 strikes, you shorten up, you find a way to put the barrel on the baseball. And it's why I feel that Jason Castro is just really coming into his own as a major league hitter.
Each club with 8 hits now. Go George. Intended for George Springer, who's 0 for 4. 3 strikeouts and a ground ball out in front of the plate. And that's strike 1.
And watching George Springer, it's clear he's gotten into a dead pull mode. And batting practice is where you kind of work on this.
0-2. Mark Krause is on deck. 4-8-2 for Seattle, 4-8-0 for Houston. The Astros have stranded 9. The Mariners have left 5. In the dirt, good block by Zunino. 1-2. They're in the 5th in Anaheim. The Angels lead Texas 2-0. Watches that one outside. Go for ball 2. 2-2 the count. It's Colby Lewis tonight for Texas. Santiago for the Angels. Springer's down on strikes for the 4th time in this game. 2 outs.
Sure, that long walk back to the dugout is getting longer than George Springer ever imagined.
Now Mark Krause, who has a pair of run-producing singles, 2 for 3 with a walk. Astros being held on at first by Smoke. Ball 1. Guzman on deck. Rip foul, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Now the outfielders playing a no doubles alignment in this situation. Make sure the ball does not get by them, and Castro doesn't score the winning run, so they're all very, very deep. Now 2 balls, 1 strike. Two and 2. Had a couple of 3-2 counts tonight, and this is his second 2-2 count in the game. Now it's full, and Castro will be moving on the pitch. That gives the Astros a little bit of an edge here in trying to get this game-winning run home. Smoke looks in, and the bench has instructed him not to hold Castro on the bag. A step behind. Castro goes, and it's ball 4. And Guzman is due to bat. Krause is on for the 4th time tonight. We get a pinch runner, L.J. Hose, at second for Castro.
Thought they might do it on the previous pitch with 3-2 with the runner in motion. But now you take a shot that with a base hit you can score that winning run.
Guzman is 0 for 4. 3 strikeouts and a foul pop. Presley on deck. shortstop. Miller to second to Cano for the force play. And that's the 9th inning with no runs, a hit, 2 men stranded. Extra innings begin in a moment. Beef jerky. Feed your wild side. We go to the 10th inning here at Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. The Astros are 1-2 in extra inning games. Seattle is 0-1. Pitcher number 5 comes in for Bull Porter. He is right-hander Anthony Bass. And Carlos Corporal checks in at the same time to do the catching after Jason Castro left for the pinch runner, AT HOU. Bass is 2 for 2 in saves in 13 2/3 innings. He's allowed 12 hits. And left-handed hitters are hitting just 120 against him.
Maybe a little surprising, just 3 strikeouts in those nearly 14 innings of work. Last pitch just a few days ago allowed a run in his 1 inning.
Michael Saunders was at the plate when Zunino was thrown out, leaving a little bit early before a 2-2 pitch. So Saunders gets the fresh count to open the 10th inning. He is 1 for 3 with a walk. Corcoran taking over behind the dish. Guzman close to the first base line, and there's strike 1 for Anthony Bass. Chad Qualls worked 2/3 of an inning, allowing 1 hit, no runs. He had no walks and struck out a man. So the Astros relief picture has been very rosy tonight. Cisneros, Sip, Qualls preceding Bass. Scoreless baseball for the bullpen tonight. It's 1-1. Rockies are banging away. They lead the Mets 10-3 in the top of the 9th. Shot at the right field line. It's hooking toward the corner. That's a foul ball. James Hoy with the call. 1-2.
Rather emphatic call, and that oftentimes happens when it's a very close play. Let's see how close it is. Hooking, 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 and just foul.
That was close.
Well, we lose sight down in that corner, but you can see how far that ball was fair at one point.
Saunders flirted with extra bases. Each club has 8 hits in this game. Broken bat, it rolls out to VR. 1 out in the 10th. That Rockies game, Colorado leads the Mets, as we mentioned, 10-3 in the 9th. Charlie Blackmon's at it again. He hit home run number 6. Blackmon is 3 for 5 tonight, and his batting average is .380.
Is he a product of Coors, or is he just simply really good?
That's the question everybody is asking. Brad Miller is 2 for 4, 2 singles to right field. That's a shattered bat. A little splinter goes up the first base line a little bit. On a foul, strike 1. There are a lot of products, of course, that travel well, but we're not sure Charlie Blackmon is going to hold up.
Yeah, those go on interstates. He wants to stay off the interstate.
Anthony Bass really has been impressive for Bo Porter and his staff. Coming in for the first time as an Astro, pitching late in games, putting himself very well in these tight situations. That fly ball heads for center and backs up Fowler. 2 down.
Let me give you some pre-tonight numbers on Charlie Blackmon.
Okay.
460 at Coors, 283 on the road. No, I mean he's been nice on the road. He's been killer at home.
That is outrageous. What happened to the humidor? Aren't they using that anymore?
I don't know. It's apparently they put some old cigars in there and they're trying to.
Evidently so. Cano is 0 for 3 with a walk.
Imagine that, putting cigars in a humidor.
That's crazy. Strike 1 to Cano. Always a threat in a game like this to really strike a big blow. One of those prime-time players.
Dr. Marks walked in and said, "What are these balls doing in here?"
Remember that show he did? What was that little bird all about?
Magic Void.
Yeah,
you got
Magic Void. Little bird came down from the ceiling and handed him a piece of paper.
Well, those were the days of television, weren't they?
We need one of those in here. Strike makes it 1 and 2. We used to be entertained by things like puppet shows on TV.
Yes. You could do entire variety shows around that sort of thing. Look, Topo Gigio has just come to the stage.
How do you think Ed Sullivan would do today?
Well, if you had the Beatles on that'd be hard to book right about now, but
he'd be on cable, wouldn't he?
It might be. Different days, weren't they?
Ladies and gentlemen, Topo Gigio.
Right on the heels of the Beatles, that had to play very well.
The chop goes foul, and that keeps the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Anthony Bass, 26 years old, from Dearborn, Michigan, went to Wayne State University, pitched for San Diego until this past winter. The Astros got him in a trade. Looking like a very good deal. He's been in the big leagues in each of the last 3 seasons for the Padres. Little chop over Bass. Altuve hurrying and safe at first. Guzman pointed right over to Bo Porter as if to say, we got him. Now Bo will come out to James Hoy and he'll wait for word from his video specialist to let him know whether to challenge this player now.
Sure, you noticed my thumb was in the air. Let's see if it can stay in the air. Heck of a play by Jose Altuve, who comes on, uses the glove, quickly gets rid of it, and got his man.
Yes.
And that's going to get reversed.
Yes, it is. And the play's been challenged by Bo Porter. The umpires are heading over for the headsets.
You may be Robinson Cano, but you're still out on this play.
Yeah, Altuve indicating with the body language that he thinks that should be an out.
It's a young man who enjoys this game, isn't it?
Don't you know? Yep. And there's the review. Yeah. Well, no, they're watching a replay on the board now.
Yeah.
So they know what the answer is going to be.
All the fans wearing blue or otherwise realize it's an out. Now it's just down to the umpires realizing that. Very nice play. You know, I'm surprised that at first base Guzman was able to determine right away.
And there's the confirmation of the out call. Fine play by Altuve and Guzman. It's 4-4 as we head for the bottom of the 10th. Exhorting these fans to get into it. Mariners 4, Astros 4. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. 58 seconds on the review. And the umpires overturned the safe call at first on Robinson Cano. Excellent play by Jose Altuve to get that final out in the top of the 10th inning. And now in the bottom half of the 10th. It's Alex Presley to lead it off.
Took about 15 seconds for the review in ballpark here to convince a number of fans.
Presley's 0 for 3. He walked and scored the tying run in the 8th. He looks at ball 1. Farquhar is pitcher number 6 for Lloyd McClendon. Almonte shades Presley several steps to right center field. It's 1-1. Marlon Gonzalez is on deck. Jonathan Villar due up third. Now a 2-ball, 1-strike count.
Come on, Alex, come on. Come on, Alex.
Fly ball out to center field. Almonte. Out in the home 10. The Astros, I mentioned earlier, have not scored in the 9th inning. They've scored a total of 1 run in the extra innings they've played this year. Both Porters Club looking for the formula after tying it in the 8th on Villar's ground out.
Bo's got the rally dome on.
The Astros have had just a couple of singles since the 6th inning. And they have only 1 extra base hit tonight. Marlon Gonzalez looking at strike 1. The first hit of the game was Altuve's leadoff double in the first. That's the only extra base hit for the Astros tonight. A shot foul. No balls, 2 strikes. Marlon Gonzalez, a .261 hitter, has 1 homer, 1 run batted in. He's had 23 at bats. Switch hitter, he is 3 for 17, batting left. Now Bob Davison called time.
Boy, boy.
Foul ball, and Marlon Gonzalez hangs in there at 0-2. Final in from Colorado, 10-3. The Rockies beat the Mets. Jorge De La Rosa winning to go 3-3. Zach Wheeler, the loser, he's 1-3. Foul back. Day game tomorrow at 3:10. Dallas Keuchel 2-1 with a 3.56 ERA. Hisashi Iwakuma makes his first start. Breaking pitch in the dirt. He's called for a swing, and that's a strikeout for out number 2. Third strikeout now for Farquhar.
Stay tuned for Astros Postgame Live, presented by Jack in the Box.
When do you predict that will be, Mr. Ashby?
I have. I can't believe you're doing this with a day game tomorrow, Brownie.
Always happens, doesn't it? Strike one to VR on his 23rd birthday. He is 1 for 3 with an RBI. Stole a base, stole a couple of bases in this game. A high strikeout game for the Mariner pitching staff.
Kind of the trend of Major League Baseball a bit. 24 strikeouts combined between the two teams tonight.
Seattle has 13, make it 14, and that sends the game on to the 11th, tied at 4. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, there's Toyota Center, but the Rockets are not there. They're on the road, and in Game 6, they lead Portland at halftime, 58-56.
24 big first half points by the Beard.
That could be a very good sign. Right here, it's 4-8-2, 4-8-0 on your two line scores. We go to the 11th inning, and Corey Hart leads it off against Anthony Bass. Hart is 1 for 4. So off the end of the bat, it goes to Springer in right field. There's a 1 pitch out for Bass. He's set down 4 in a row since coming in the 10th. Seager will follow. Seager with those 2 home runs in one game against Houston at Seattle, showing his late inning hitting abilities. And then tonight, he had a 2-run double in the 6th inning to right field. And Seattle took a 4-3 lead on that. So he's been right there to put the Mariners in the lead, or with the outright game winner a few times against the Astros this year. And Justin Smoke is on deck. Nice strike one for Anthony Bass in the mid-90s. Good article in the current edition of Sports Illustrated about all the strikeouts in baseball by Joe Sheehan, titled "The Whiff of Crisis."
I might go the other way, the crisis of whiff.
Yeah, you might. You talked about all the strikeouts in this game, 1-1. And now there are 15 strikeouts through 10 innings by Seattle pitchers. And 10 more by Houston pitchers, so a total of 25 punch-outs in this game. Right, makes it a 1-2 count now. You know when the last year was that there was a major league game without a single strikeout?
1891.
1985. Seager punches out.
1985, really? Who were the particulars in that one?
Toronto and Detroit at Tiger Stadium. 5 straight for Bass. And Justin Smoke is next. Smoke has whiffed 3 times after walking. Walt Terrell was pitching for Detroit. And Luis Leal started for Toronto. Bring back any memories to you at all?
Well, I remember the names, but
not good strikeout guys, and they weren't that night either. Ball 1 to Smoke. This season, strikeouts are nearly as common as hits in the major leagues.
You know what's down is on-base percentage.
Oh, for sure.
And yet we live in an age now where everybody's being encouraged to take strikes, take pitches, work counts deep, bring in that bullpen who actually statistically generally are tougher to hit than the starters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just gotten to be very difficult to put together big innings unless they're on home runs. Hard to string the hits together. In the dirt for a ball, and it's 3-1.
You don't have to go back too far. At least my memory says that the league average in on-base percentage would be right around 330. This year it's below 320.
Yes, it is. Listash is moving Altuve back into right field. That's why he was moving his right hand the way he was. Let's see here, Ash. The American League on-base average currently for the entire league is 324. We'll have to check the National League.
So it has risen here in the last 10 days or so.
But the NL may be considerably, should be considerably lower than that.
I believe during the last road trip for the Astros that the American League on-base percentage at one point was at 317. So it's coming along.
The NL on-base average right now is 311.
Wow.
So 31% of the time, batter reaches base on average in the National League. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Pitchers who throw in the mid-90s are numerous now. That's been one big change in the game over the last decade. Bouncer and VR plays it on to Guzman. For a 1-2-3-11 for Anthony Bass. It's still tied at 4.
inning. Pretty good battle for our in-game live at csnhouston.com. So far, Mark Krause is winning, but there are several Astros in the running. Jose Altuve, Tony Sitt, and Brad Peacock have votes. Personally, I think Jonathan Villar might deserve some votes too because he is the birthday boy, but Krause does have 2 hits, 2 walks, and 2 RBI. Go ahead and vote at Player of the Game, csnhouston.com on our in-game live. The winner is revealed on TV during Astros post-game live. Guys, over to you.
Thank you, Howard. It's 4-4 here. The bottom of the 11th has arrived, and so has a new pitcher. He's pitcher number 7 for Seattle. Lefty Charlie Furbish comes in out of the bullpen for the Mariners. And he'll be facing the top of the lineup for the Astros. Furbish is 0-2 with a 4.82 ERA, picking up 10 hits in 9 1/3 innings. Lefty's 375 against him, Ash.
He's only walked 3 along the way, but yeah, that's got to be alarming for Lloyd McClendon, the fact that his big, lanky, long left-hander is getting hammered by the left-hand hitters.
Charlie's 28 years old. He's from South Portland, Maine. Went to St. Joseph's College and LSU. Pitched 1 inning against the Astros in Seattle, April 23rd, and did not give up a run. He gave up a hit to Alex Presley, left-handed batter.
Most recently pitched an inning and a third scoreless against the Yankees.
And now it's Jose Altuve with 2 hits tonight and a walk, leading it off. There have been 347 pitches thrown in this game. 348 is ball 1. Danny Farquhar in 2 innings allowed 1 hit, no runs. He had 1 walk and struck out 4. Mariners have whiffed 15 Astros in this game. But Houston tied it with an 8th inning run on Villar's slow bouncer. It's foul back. So 1 ball, 1 strike count. Major League hitters are on a record pace for the 7th consecutive year to strike out more than any other year.
Each successive year?
Yep.
Breaking the record.
7 straight years.
Wow.
Set a new record for striking out in the majors.
But pretty soon that's going to sound like a trend.
2 balls and a strike. Well, it wouldn't be prudent to jump to conclusion.
No, you don't want to do that any more quickly than about 8 years, I would think.
Altuve chases 1. But evens the count at 2-2. He's pretty good at not doing that this year.
Yeah, that's probably one of those moments where Jose was thinking, let's see if I can juice one.
He fouls it back. Let's see how many balls have been juiced off Charlie Furbish. Well, let's see. He's given up 1 homer in 9 1/3 innings. Batting average of .286. Last year, he was 2-6 with a 3.74 ERA, pitched in 71 games, struck out 80 in 65 innings last year. Altuve hit a 2-run homer off him last year.
So he's not just that left-hander who comes in for the 1 or 2 batters left-handed.
No. There's a shot into center field. 3rd hit of the night for Altuve. He's starting May the way he finished April.
Yeah, he plays the game with enthusiasm, a smile on his face a lot of the time, and a lot more ability in that smallish body than I think a lot of people want to acknowledge.
Altuve's aboard. Fowler's the batter. Fowler is 1 for 5. Maybe tough to run on this lefty.
Yeah, this is where you'd like to see some more of the Altuve magic.
So he does not have a big lead. Fowler takes, and there's ball one.
Bush on his career has allowed 28 bags in 38 tries.
It's not a lock, is it?
No.
Menino has a pretty strong arm, too. There's a push bunt. Fowler will beat it out, and it's first and second on the bunt single by Fowler with nobody out.
That came out of the bag of surprises. I think for me, I would normally think of Dexter from the left side of the plate trying to lay down bunts, but pushes one beautifully on the right side. You take advantage with this of that big, tall body from the left-hander for Bush, and he can't keep it together to make the play.
That's the 10th hit for an Astro in this game. Carlos Corcoran came down the line and talked with Pat Listash. This is his first time up.
This gets dicey, Bronny. You've got Cork for his first plate appearance on the ball game. On deck is Springer. If you bunt and move the runners up, Springer 4 strikeouts already on the night.
Yep. Corcoran's around the bunt. He puts it down foul. Carlos has had 30 at-bats this season. He's hitting 167 with 2 homers, 3 runs batted in. And the risk is that Corcoran might bunt into a double play if it's not well placed.
For the moment, he's got a wide open left side of the infield. Looks like Seattle has conceded to the bunt here.
Yeah. Keeping Seager back near the base at third. And the turn goes back towards second.
Miller, the shortstop, basically holding Altuve at the bag at second. So if Cork can hit a ground ball to shortstop or anywhere near there, he's got himself a base hit.
And Seager talking with Furbush. It would appear that the Mariners have it set up for Furbush to field the bunt and throw it to third. If there is one. Smoke is in on the grass at first. That's in tight. 1-1. As you saw, 1 sacrifice bunt last year for Carlos.
Message between Seager, the third baseman, and Furbush, the pitcher, as to what Furbush's assignment is, but you would certainly assume that he is supposed to crash that third base line and try to make the lead play to third.
And Seager is hanging back near the base, in the body angle, so he can see both the base runners. And the pitch is bunted. Furbush. Seager goes to third. Here's the throw to Seager. Safe! And the bases are loaded. Oh, that was amazing. Altuve getting in there, and there really was not a mess up by the Mariners on that play.
No, in fact, they played it exactly the way they planned it. What they didn't plan on was Altuve getting enough of a jump combined with his speed to beat this play, but it appeared that he did beat it. Not a great bunt toward the mound. You figured, well, they're going to have a great shot here. I don't see any way that they can overturn that call.
Doesn't look like it. Well, there's no wasted time on Furbush's part. Seager comes up looking at the third base umpire, John Tempane. But they are not challenging this call.
And I think wisely so.
Now time call with the bases loaded, nobody out. We'll see how Seattle plays it with the pitching coach Rick Waits coming out. It'll be George Springer batting. they want to get a fifth infielder or how they want to play it with nobody out and the bases loaded. Does not seem to be any move toward that.
Look at Altuve bouncing into that extended lead. And that makes all the difference in the world. That's why he beats the play. Despite him being held at the bag at second base, just kept moving off the bag with the pitch.
That was amazing. The infielders in tight. Springer has struck out 4 times and grounded out. The catcher making the throw to first base, so has failed to get the ball out of the infield tonight. Starts to swing, that checks it. The field goes to first. Ball 1. 167 batting average, 460 at bats as a major leaguer. 4 runs batted in for George Springer. Bouncer, Seager. The Astros are going to win it. Springer hits a high hopper, driving in Altuve, and the Astros have a walk-off in the 11th. And it's George Springer making contact. Backing up Seager, he's credited with an RBI single. And his 5th run batted in is the game winner and a walk-off in Houston tonight.
Not so sure this ball didn't get in the lights for Seager. That high chop could certainly do that. That's a great way for George Springer to maybe take a positive home after this ball game. Look at this chop. And Seager could only look up. I don't think he had any shot of coming to the plate and getting that out.
Great execution by the Astros there in the 11th inning. Altuve single up the middle. Fowler an excellent bunt. Corcoran bunted up the runners and the bases were loaded, and then Springer drives in the game winner in a 5-4-11 inning conquest. And the Astros get their 10th win of the year. They knock off the Mariners in the 11th, 5-4.